Hey guys, tonight we slip into the shadows of a city where the air feels thick, damp, and not just with fog but with something far more sinister. You hear the rattle of distant carts and smell the faint sour tang of refuse clinging to the cobblestones. Tonight you're not a knight, not a king, not even a merchant with a purse that jingles. You're one of the poor, tucked into a corner of medieval life that history barely spared a glance for. And now, the plague is at your door. You might already feel it, the way your skin prickles, the dull ache deep in your bones, and that heat gathering behind your eyes. You probably won't survive this, but hey, it makes for a good bedtime story, right? So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop your location and local time down in the comments. I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You lean against a rough wooden wall trying to steady your breathing. The air feels warmer than usual, though the season itself is still spring. Fever creeps through you like a thief with sticky fingers, picking away at your strength. At first, you tell yourself it's just exhaustion. After all, you've been hauling sacks of grain for someone else's profit, sleeping in a corner with damp straw, and eating little more than coarse bread crusts. But deep down, your body whispers the truth. This isn't simple fatigue. Your neighbour coughed like this last week. Long, rasping fits that shook his chest until his face turned red, then pale. He doesn't come outside anymore. His wife closes their shutters tight, though everyone knows what's happening inside. The fever comes for the poor first. You don't have walls thick enough, windows glassed enough, or pantries full enough to buy yourself time. The plague is greedy, and you're its cheapest meal. Historians still argue whether the very first victims in Europe fell in coastal ports or inland villages, but what they do agree on is how quickly it sank its teeth into those with the least. Ships brought rats, rats carried fleas, fleas carried the sickness, and sickness clung to crowded alleys where the poor stacked themselves like firewood. You feel yourself becoming one more tally in that brutal mathematics. There's a superstition you've overheard, that if you can sweat out the first fever, you'll live. And so you curl under your patch blanket, waiting for beads of sweat to form. Nothing comes but shivers. Your teeth chatter, and your body feels caught between fire and ice. You mutter a half-formed prayer, though you can't remember which saint is supposed to protect against plague. Maybe it's Sebastian, or Roch. Honestly, you'd settle for St. Anybody at this point. You think about going to the parish priest, but rumours say he's already buried half his congregation, and the other half don't dare step inside the church. Some whisper that even priests avoid plague houses, slipping coins onto doorsteps rather than offering last rites. Not exactly the holy customer service you were promised as a child, but then again, everyone's faith runs thin when death lurks in the rafters. As the fever rises, every sound sharpens. The creak of the floor above feels like thunder. You hear a rat scrabbling under your bed, chewing on something soft. Maybe breadcrumbs, maybe your blanket. The poor live close to vermin, and vermin live close to death. You cough, and the taste in your mouth is metallic, bitter. You press your fingers to your neck. Swollen, tender lumps push back. Buboes, though you don't have that word yet. All you know is that touching them makes your stomach twist. By now you can barely sit upright. You slump onto the straw, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. Light drifts through, dust motes twinkling like stars you'll never see from inside your one-room hovel. Funny, you think. While nobles toast in candlelit halls, you watch the heavens through gaps in rotten planks. Life's always been unfair, but the plague makes the contrast crueler, sharper. A friend once told you that dogs can smell when someone's about to die. You wonder if the mongrel outside your door already knows. He barked last night, then fell strangely silent. Maybe he's waiting. Maybe you are too. Your mind drifts, and through the fever haze you recall odd stories told at the market, like how some believed garlic tied around the neck could ward off disease, or that drinking vinegar kept the blood cool. You don't have garlic, only a crust soaked in weak ale. You chew slowly, wondering if vinegar would even matter when your belly is this empty. The quirky remedies are a poor man's medicine, whispered from one desperate ear to another, like secrets traded for hope. And yet, for all the laughter those remedies inspire centuries later, there is something heartbreaking in the belief. It's the way the poor grasp at whatever straw floats past in this rising tide. When there are no doctors, no clean chambers, no chance to flee, a necklace of garlic or a swallow of vinegar feels like armour. Thin, useless armour, but at least it lets you pretend. Night deepens, though your fever makes time swim strangely. You hear footsteps outside, then the sound of someone coughing in the alley. The walls of your home, barely wider than a coffin, seem to press closer. You're aware that in rich households, servants place sweet-smelling herbs in bowls, hoping to cleanse the air. You have only the acrid scent of smoke from your dying fire. The contrast stings. You want to laugh, but it comes out as a wheeze. Historians still argue whether the plague was carried primarily by fleas, or whether the pneumonic form, the one passed by coughing, did most of the killing in poor districts. Either way, your reality doesn't change. The poor share air, bread, and sickness. You cough into the dark and wonder which neighbour will hear it and flinch. Your body feels heavier with each breath, as if the fever is laying stones on your chest. And yet, strangely, your thoughts sharpen in flickers. The taste of barley gruel your mother used to make, the sound of church bells tolling for funerals, the weight of coins you never quite held in your palm. Fever has a way of pulling memories to the surface, as though reminding you of everything you will soon lose. And so, here you are, at the start of your story. One poor soul with a fever in a city already too full of it. Tomorrow, maybe someone will notice. Maybe not. For now, you're awake, sweating, trembling, and listening to the silence between coughs in the night. The plague has touched you, and it rarely lets go. This first fever is not just a symptom, it is the threshold. Step across it, and there may be no way back. You push open the crooked door and stumble into the alley, desperate for air that isn't thick with the stink of sweat and smoke. But outside is hardly better. The lanes are narrow, so narrow you can stretch your arms and almost brush the stone walls on either side. Roofs tilt forward like old men leaning in to whisper secrets, and the sky above is just a thin blue strip. In daylight, these alleys feel alive with noise. Market cries, clattering pans, the yelp of children darting between legs. But now, under the shadow of plague, the liveliness is gone. People keep shutters closed, doors barred, voices hushed. The silence is heavy, like a blanket pressing down on the whole quarter. You pick your way carefully, avoiding puddles that glisten with who knows what. Some are rainwater, some are spilled chamber pots, some are probably worse. The poor don't have latrines tucked behind their homes. They toss their waste right out the window. That's the perfume of your neighbourhood. Rot, urine, spoiled cabbage. In truth, you hardly noticed it before. But tonight, fever makes every smell sharper, heavier, impossible to ignore. You gag, pressing your sleeve to your nose, though the sleeve itself smells of sweat and mildew. Crowded alleys are the plague's favourite hunting grounds. Historians still argue whether disease truly lingers in the air or if it only travels through fleas and blood, but whatever the cause, cramped streets make the perfect playground. One cough bounces from wall to wall, echoing, spreading like ripples in a pond. In richer districts, houses stand apart with gardens or courtyards to give breathing space. Here, families cram 6 or 7 into one smoky room, then spill into the alleys for work, gossip and quarrels. The plague doesn't need an invitation, it just waltzes in, helped along by your living conditions. A woman passes you, her shawl wrapped tightly around her head. She doesn't meet your eye. In better times she might have traded a word, a nod, even a bit of gossip. Now every glance feels suspicious. Who is sick? Who is hiding it? People have learned to cough into sleeves and swallow groans, not out of politeness, but fear of being locked away or avoided. You catch yourself doing the same, holding back a cough until your throat burns. Your stomach growls, and you follow the smell of roasting onions drifting from a food stall ahead. The vendor still dares to work, though he looks nervously left and right, as if the air itself might betray him. You watch him drop onion slices into a pan sizzling with lard. For a moment you imagine buying a hot portion, but your pocket is empty. Even if you had a coin, would you trust it? They say coins carry plague, slipped from sick hands to healthy ones, tiny invisible curses clinging to metal. And yet, people trade them anyway. Hunger has always been more convincing than superstition. A rat scurries across your path, bold as a thief. It stops, twitches its whiskers, then disappears under a barrel. You've grown so used to rats you hardly notice anymore, but lately whispers about them have grown louder. Some folk mutter that these animals are to blame, that their fleas bite humans and carry death with them. Others say nonsense, it's the air, or maybe divine punishment. You don't know who's right, but watching the rat vanish into the shadows, you feel a shiver. The plague follows where they go. Further along you see a cluster of children sitting in the dirt. They look pale, hollow-eyed, their faces smudged with ash. One hums softly, trying to amuse the others. Their parents are nowhere in sight. You know what that means. Orphans multiply in the plague season like weeds in spring. Some neighbours take them in, but many just look away, fearing more mouths to feed, more chances for infection. The children look up at you briefly, then down again. They don't ask for food, they've already learned it won't come. Your legs grow weaker with each step. The fever is like a secret passenger, riding your back, whispering exhaustion into your bones. You lean against a wall, feeling its rough chill against your temple. A sign above you reads, "God have mercy," painted in crude letters by someone long gone. These little pleas scatter the alleys. Chalk crosses, scraps of parchment pinned to doors, even odd charms like dried herbs or carved figures. Quirky, desperate magic. The poor man's shield. Historians record how common these charms became, though they still argue whether they offered comfort or just increased paranoia. To you, they're reminders that everyone here is waiting for mercy that never comes. Suddenly a cart rattles past, pulled by a skinny mule. 2 men walk beside it, faces half covered with cloth. You don't need to peek inside to know what they're carrying. The smell says enough. Bundled shapes, too still, too quiet. The dead are taken through these alleys day after day, sometimes night after night, so the numbers don't alarm. You flinch anyway, pulling your shawl tighter, though you know it won't help. The cart doesn't pause for your grief. It rolls on, leaving the stench in its wake. You think about how these alleys once held laughter, quarrels, singing. There was a time children darted between buckets of laundry, neighbours argued over bread prices, lovers sneaked glances under lantern light. The plague has stolen that music. What's left is silence, broken only by coughs, footsteps, and the squeak of cartwheels. You shuffle onward, every step a reminder of how fragile your body feels. It's not just you. The alleys themselves seem sick. Boards rot faster, bricks crumble, paint peels. Poverty always makes streets look tired, but now they look terminal, like the very bones of the city are catching the fever. And as you drag yourself back toward your doorway, you realise this is the perfect trap. The alleys are too tight to escape quickly, too filthy to stay clean, too crowded to keep distance. You live where sickness breeds, and tonight you feel it breeding inside you too. The cough wakes you before dawn. At first you think it's your own, but no. The sound comes from next door, a hacking, rattling chorus that rattles through the thin wooden wall you share with your neighbour's family. It's the kind of cough that doesn't stop once it starts, rolling over itself until the body behind it collapses in exhaustion. You sit up slowly, your head swimming with fever, and press your palms to your ears. The sound still bleeds through. Your neighbour, a mason who once bragged about lifting stones heavier than you, is reduced now to a ghostly voice. You haven't seen him outside for days. His wife used to fetch water from the communal well every morning, nodding politely, sometimes sharing stale gossip. Now the bucket stands unused, the ropes stiff from disuse. The shutters stay closed, and only the cough escapes, spilling into the alley like a warning bell. You wrap your shawl tighter and creep closer to the wall. There's a strange comfort in hearing another body suffer nearby. It means you're not alone, though the comfort is bitter. In truth, his cough is your mirror. Today it's him, tomorrow it's you. Historians still argue whether plague spread faster by flea bite or by droplets from lungs. But down here in the alleys, nobody bothers debating. Everyone knows the truth in their bones. A single cough can spell the end. The poor don't get to hide their sickness. Wealthy families can slip away to country manors, seal themselves inside thick stone walls, or hire servants to carry their ill into isolated chambers. You cough, and the whole alley knows. It doesn't take long for whispers to spread, faster than the sickness itself. The mason's gone under, someone will mutter at the well. His children sound weak. Fear turns neighbours into judges, and soon no one comes near your door. You lean back against your wall, eyes shut, and remember the last time you spoke to the mason. He'd been complaining about the price of bread, laughing in that dry, bitter way all poor folk laugh when the joke is too close to truth. He said, "If the plague doesn't kill us, the baker's greed will." You had laughed too, though your belly ached with hunger. That was only a fortnight ago. Now you wonder if he's still breathing, or if his wife is sitting beside a body gone cold. You cough once, quickly, then cover your mouth with both hands. The sound echoes in your chest, sharp and raw. For a moment you're terrified the neighbours will hear. You imagine them marking your door with chalk or worse, calling the watch to bar it shut. You picture being trapped inside with your own fever, cut off from the world, waiting to join the silence inside. A child's cry breaks through your thoughts, thin, wheezing, quickly smothered. The mason's youngest. You feel something twist in your gut. Children aren't spared any more than adults, though some survive by sheer miracle. Rumour says the innocent are safer, that God protects them longer, but the pits outside the city prove otherwise. Orphans huddle at every corner. proof that the plague doesn't care whose lips still stammer prayers. In the early light, you step outside. The alley is damp from last night's rain, though the puddles are already filmy. You keep your head down, but it doesn't matter. Across the way, a woman leans out her window, muttering to another neighbour. Both glance toward the mason's door, then toward yours. Their eyes linger a moment too long. They don't need words. You can read it in their silence. They've heard the coughs. They're adding you to the list. You shuffle toward the well, hoping for water to cool your fever. The rope is frayed, the bucket splintered. When you pull it up, the water smells faintly metallic. You drink anyway, because thirst is stronger than caution. The liquid dribbles down your chin, cooling your cracked lips, though it does nothing to ease the fire under your skin. Nearby, a stray dog sniffs the ground. Its ribs jut through its skin, yet its nose is sharp, darting left and right. You've heard tales that dogs and cats sense plague before people do. Some say their howls mark the dying, while others whisper that killing them might stop the spread. In some towns, poor folk watched helplessly as city officials slaughtered the animals they relied on to keep rats away. Historians still debate whether this cruel act slowed the plague or worsened it. But here, watching the dog nose your neighbour's shuttered door, you feel the chill of its omen. By mid-morning, the cough has grown weaker, fading between long silences. You sit outside your own door, knees pulled to your chest, listening. When the silence stretches too long, you catch yourself holding your breath. Then the cough sputters again, thin as parchment, and you exhale in grim relief. The sound is awful, but worse is what comes when it stops. And yet, in some corner of your fevered mind, you feel a spark of dark humour. The poor are always coughing, aren't they? Dust, smoke, damp. Our lungs are never free. If anyone counted coughs as death sentences, half the city would be buried by now. You let out a soft chuckle that turns into a rasping wheeze, and for a moment you almost sound like the mason. You glance upward. A strip of laundry sways between buildings, forgotten, grey with soot. Once the alleys would have been full of this. Shirts, linens, bright cloth catching the sun. Now most lines hang bare. Families too sick to wash, or too gone to care. Even fabric seems to know the plague has drained colour from this place. As the sun climbs, you drag yourself back inside. The cough next door quiets again, too quiet this time. You lie down on your straw, pressing your ear to the wall as if you might hear his heart beating through it. Nothing comes, just your own breathing, shaky and shallow. You close your eyes, realizing the fate of the poor is not written in grand chronicles or noble letters. It's whispered through thin walls, carried in coughing fits, and erased in silence. And tonight, you know, your neighbour's cough may become your lullaby, or your prophecy. You wake in the late afternoon, drenched in sweat, the straw mat beneath you soaked and sour with damp. Your body feels like it's been hauling stone all day, though you haven't moved farther than a few steps from your bed. The fever drapes itself over you like a sodden cloak you cannot shake off, heavy and suffocating. Your mouth is dry as dust, but when you swallow, your throat burns as though scraped with gravel. Outside, muffled voices stir the silence, low and quick, and you drag yourself to the cracked shutters to peer through. Two figures hurry past in the lane, long dark robes swaying, leather satchels bumping against their sides. Each wears a strange mask, its nose long and curved like a beak, stuffed with pungent herbs, rosemary, lavender, camphor, even vinegar-soaked rags. These are the physicians, or at least the closest thing your city has to healers. In truth, they look more like masquerade birds than men of science, waddling stiffly in their heavy coats, as if the costume itself were the cure. You can almost laugh, but the sound sticks in your chest. They knock on a door with a painted crest, a polished handle shining even in the dim light. A servant answers quickly, bowing low, ushering them inside. The physicians don't even glance toward your hovel or the others in this crooked alley. Their services cost more than you could dream of in a year. They tend to the wealthy behind stone walls, not to the poor coughing in shadows. You press your forehead to the shutter's crack, the wood cool against your burning skin, and let the sight sear into you. The rich get a chance, however feeble. You, nothing. Historians still argue whether those plague doctors provided any real help, or whether they were little more than expensive theatre, bleeding a patient here, prescribing dried vipers there, talking about balancing humours. But none of that matters to you. You'd trade anything for one glance, one vial of herbs, one word of reassurance. Instead, you're left to sweat and shake and watch them vanish into a world far above your reach. From the alley comes the voice of a boy, high-pitched and insistent. He carries a bundle of rosemary and thyme, shouting their virtues. Sweet herbs for clean air, wards off the plague. People rush to him, women with coins tucked in aprons, men clutching whatever spare copper they can muster. You search your own corner, fingers fumbling, and find only a cracked button and a bent nail. Nothing of value. The poor trade scraps for hope, but you have not even scraps left. You sink back against the wall, breathing through your sleeve again. The cloth smells of mildew and sweat, hardly the perfume of safety, but it is all you can offer your lungs. A story you once overheard drifts through your fever haze, how leeches could draw out bad blood. You imagine the creatures squirming on a noble's pale skin, plumping fat on sickness until they drop off, satisfied. The picture almost makes you grin. A strange, bitter joke. Wouldn't it be a marvel if salvation came from a pond worm? You don't have leeches, but you know that if someone pressed one into your hand right now, you'd try it. Desperation doesn't care for dignity. Other cures seem stranger still. A dried toad worn in a pouch, its shriveled body thought to absorb plague. Sitting near fire until sweat streams down, then running into snow to shock the sickness away. Drinking potions of crushed emerald, if you had an emerald to crush. Some say swallowing a mixture of vinegar and crushed roses keeps death at bay. You chuckle faintly at the absurdity, then cough so hard your chest aches. You would gladly roll in snow, eat roses, or carry a dead frog, if only such things might buy you another day. The cough doubles you over, and before you catch your breath there's a sharp rap at your door. You freeze. Another knock, louder this time. You drag yourself up and unlatch the door with trembling hands. Standing outside is an older woman, scarf pulled across her mouth, eyes sharp with suspicion. She doesn't step close. "You've been coughing," she says flatly. It isn't a question. You nod once. She pulls a piece of chalk from her apron pocket and scratches a mark onto your doorframe. Quick, deliberate, merciless. The white streak gleams pale against the wood. You flinch as though struck. The chalk isn't medicine, but a curse, a sign to the parish watch that plague dwells here. Soon, perhaps tonight, they'll come with boards and nails to bar your door, sealing you inside with your fever. The wealthy summon physicians, the poor get walls. You want to protest, to plead, but the words wither in your throat. The woman turns, clutching a small pouch that jingles faintly. You know the sound of coins. Perhaps her son works with the guild. Perhaps her daughter married above her station. Coin can buy her rosemary, leeches. even escape to the countryside. You close the door gently behind her, lean against it, and let tears slip down your fevered cheeks. From the distance comes the steady toll of church bells. Each peal echoes through the alleys, solemn and relentless. You've heard them so often that they no longer shock you. They've become a rhythm of life, a metronome of dying. And you know, as certain as you know your own name, that one day soon those bells will toll for you. Your fever spikes again. Shadows twist in the corners of your room, faces forming and vanishing. In your delirium you imagine a physician bending over you, beak mask rustling with herbs, gloved hands reaching out. He nods gravely, prescribes a purge, mumbles about humours. You blink, and the vision evaporates. All that remains is the rat, bold as ever, nosing through your straw, chewing at the edges. It seems fitting. Where physicians won't come, rats will. Historians still argue whether plague doctors believed in their remedies or merely played roles for money. Some claim they were earnest, others call them charlatans. But for you, locked in the dark with chalk on your door, the question is meaningless. Faith or fraud, rich or poor, the truth is the same. They will never knock at your door. You curl back onto your mat, clutching your shawl like a shield. Outside, the chalk mark glows faintly in the moonlight, a brighter promise than any saint. You close your eyes, listening to your ragged breathing, and wonder which will arrive first. The fever's fire or the watchman's hammer sealing you away. Night does not fall gently here. It drops like a heavy cloak, thick and suffocating, carrying with it the sense of damp stone, stale smoke, and the sour tang of sickness that never truly leaves the air. You lie awake on your straw mat, skin clammy with fever, and every shadow along the cracked wall seems to shift and breathe. Outside, the quarter comes alive with a different kind of restlessness. The living cling to their rituals because they cannot stop the dying. At first it's faint, the chiming of a small bell somewhere down the crooked lane. You drag yourself upright, every muscle trembling, and peer through the gap in your shutter. Torchlight flickers in the distance, and soon you see them. A procession moving slowly, deliberately, like a floating dream. A gaunt priest leads the line, robes threadbare but unmistakable, the hem stained from days of trudging through filth. His lips move ceaselessly, a stream of Latin prayers spliced with the local tongue, as though doubling the language might double the power. A small crucifix swings at his chest, catching stray sparks of firelight. Behind him, a handful of townsfolk shuffle along, eyes hollow but determined. One clutches a branch of hawthorn tied with the red ribbon, another holds a crude carving of St. Roch, patron of plague victims. A boy sprinkles handfuls of salt at doorways, muttering to himself as though building invisible walls against an unseen enemy. They pause at a marked house. A woman kneels, forehead pressed against her clasped hands, while the priest anoints the door with oil, his thumb dragging across into the wood. The crowd joins his chanting, voices breaking, fragile but earnest. Then, as quickly as they arrived, they shuffle onward, carrying their flickering hope into the night. You want to call to them, to beg for a blessing, for a sprig of hawthorn, for anything. But the chalk mark on your door already declares you lost. You imagine the priest looking up, spotting your pale face in the crack of the shutter, and hurrying past as though your gaze alone could curse him. Better to remain still, hidden, unseen. You remember a time when you two had a charm. Your mother pressed a pouch of dried flowers into your hand, swearing that it would sweeten the air and keep pestilence away. You wore it proudly, until the petals turned to dust and you tossed it aside. Now, lying here empty-handed, you almost ache for it back, as though the faded cloth could stand between you and the grave. Across the alley, your neighbours invent their own protections. Garlic bulbs hang like pale moons above a doorframe. Vinegar smears glisten faintly on thresholds. A girl crouches by the gutter, scratching symbols into dirt with the certainty of a priestess, though you cannot tell whether she summons angels or demons. Everyone is an alchemist now, an inventor of invisible shields. Poverty gives no choice but imagination. Then comes a different sound, the hollow thud of a drum. At first you think it part of your fever dream, but soon the rhythm grows louder, closer. Down the street appears another procession, stranger than the first. The flagellants, bare-backed, their flesh striped with self-inflicted welts. They march in slow rhythm, chanting as they swing their whips. Each lash cracks through the night, leaving rivulets of blood that shine in the torchlight. Their voices rise, miserere, miserere, pleading for mercy not just for themselves but for the whole city. People fall to their knees as the flagellants pass. Some weep, some cross themselves, a few even join, tearing at their own clothes, striking their backs in sync with the rhythm. The air is thick with the metallic tang of blood and smoke. Historians still argue whether these groups spread fear or offered comfort, but to you, watching through the shutter, they seem both terrifying and magnetic. You wonder, would their pain purchase your survival, or is it just theatre for desperate eyes? Your fever makes their bodies blur into shadows. Their lashes seem like wings. For a dizzy moment you imagine them as dark angels trading their blood for yours, whipping the disease away with every strike. The dream lingers even after they vanish, leaving the street quieter, the torches dying into smoke. When the silence returns, it feels heavier than before. You sink back onto your mat, body burning, mind wandering. Fever dreams carry you elsewhere. A bustling market square filled with stalls not of food but of charms. Strings of beads glimmer, small pewter saints dangle from twine, and glass vials of perfumed smoke promise to purify the humours. You see yourself piling them onto your body, beads, herbs, tokens, layer upon layer until you are armoured like a knight. For a heartbeat you feel untouchable, but the vision shatters at dawn. Pale light seeps in, cold and merciless, and you wake to find your arms empty. No beads, no saints, no whip to bargain with God. Just your body, slick with sweat, the fever gnawing deeper, and the chalk mark glaring from your door like an accusation. Still, you try. You press your palms together, whispering a prayer, not because you know it will help, but because it is the only thing left. The words stumble from your lips, half-formed, broken, yet oddly comforting. The rhythm of the chant lulls you, a fragile lullaby against the gnawing dark. The poor are left with scraps, garlic, salt, whispered words, bleeding backs under torchlight, and you, lying here alone, are left with the quietest weapon of all, hope stitched to ritual, faith balanced on the edge of despair. The day drags its feet like an exhausted beggar, and you lie there, wondering how long the light outside your window will last. The fever gnaws at you, leaving your limbs heavy as stones, but your ears still catch every sound from the alley. That alley has become its own kind of market, though no stalls line the street, no bright banners hang from the shops anymore. Instead, it is the market of desperation, where the poor barter with scraps, whispers, and sheer hope. You hear a neighbour haggling softly for bread, offering nothing more than a candle stub in exchange. Another voice mutters about a strip of wool cloth, moth-eaten, threadbare, being swapped for a scrap of dried fish. You cannot help but smirk bitterly. Historians still argue whether such desperate trades reveal ingenuity or futility, but you know what it really means. Poverty forces people to make value out of almost nothing. At the edge of the lane, a woman sells vinegar by the spoonful, claiming it will cleanse the air if sprinkled on your door. Vinegar has a sharp, sour bite, enough to make your eyes sting and your stomach churn. Does it cure anything? Almost certainly not. But you know that in these times the belief matters more than the science. If you convince yourself vinegar protects you, then you may sleep easier. For one night at least, the fear loosens its claws. It isn't only vinegar. You've seen garlic cloves hung above thresholds like trophies, and rosemary burned in clay bowls until smoke curls through doorways. The smell is thick, pungent, almost choking, but people inhale it as though it is salvation. One family near you even burned old leather boots, swearing that the smell drives away the pest. You almost laughed until you realized they were serious. Poverty doesn't only strip food from your plate, it strips reason too, leaving you clinging to whatever fragment of ritual you can afford. And then there's Marta, the crooked-backed woman who wanders the alleys, muttering prayers and charms. She carries a pouch filled with pebbles, red threads, and coins bearing saints' faces. For a crust of bread she will wave them over your fevered body and tell you the plague is being tricked into leaving. Her rituals feel like a puppet show, half farce, half prayer. And yet, you've seen children calm under her hand, their wide eyes softening with trust. Who can argue with comfort even if it's spun from nonsense? Some historians still debate whether such women were healers, charlatans, or simply neighbours doing what they could. Perhaps they were all three at once. More menacing are the so-called healers. You've glimpsed one trudging past with a heavy sack that clinks faintly. Inside are jars of leeches, powders scraped from unknown sources, and ointments reeking of rancid fat. He enters houses for a coin or two, sometimes staying long enough for screams to seep through the shutters, sometimes leaving with a silence heavier than any fee. People pay him because they must. In poverty, choice is an illusion. You gamble on whatever treatment your meagre coins can buy. You remember a time when the town square buzzed with laughter. Jugglers tossed apples into the air, minstrels played bright tunes, and merchants hawked spices that glittered like jewels. That square still exists, but now it looks skeletal. Where once there were stalls of silks, there are cracked pottery bowls. Where fresh fish once gleamed, there are shriveled onions and broken candles. The juggler is gone, the music silenced. The only performance now is survival. Sometimes children scavenge instead of bartering. You once saw a boy digging through a baker's refuse pile, ribs showing through his skin. He found only a shard of stale crust and gnawed it like it was a feast. You wanted to help, to hand him something, anything, but your hands were empty too. Poverty makes every witness guilty, because you always have too little to save another. The church bell interrupts your thoughts. Its toll is heavy, funereal. Another death, another hurried burial. Poor bodies often find no coffins. Wood is too precious. They are lowered into the soil, wrapped in rags, or sometimes not wrapped at all, earth against skin. The scrape of spades and the dull thud of dirt on flesh echo in your ears long after the sound fades. And yet, somehow, life refuses to stop. You watch a girl down the lane skipping with a red ribbon tied in her hair. Red is believed to ward off sickness, though whether it's St. Sebastian's favour or a trick against evil spirits no one agrees. The debates don't matter. What matters is that the girl believes, and that belief allows her to laugh while everyone else watches shadows. You cough, clutching your chest, and think about what you could possibly trade for one more day of health. Your shoes are worn to nothing. The pewter spoon your father gave you might buy a heel of bread, if anyone even cared for spoons anymore. What would you give to purchase time itself? A day of your life for a loaf, a week for clean water, a month for tomorrow's certainty. Fever makes you dream. You imagine a hidden market beyond the plague's reach, where people trade not goods but hours, days, years, where the rich cannot hoard time, where the poor are finely wealthy in the currency of moments. You almost believe such a place might exist. But then you blink, and the cracked ceiling above your bed brings you back. Dust drifts like lazy ghosts in the sunlight, and you are still here, bartering only with breath. The quarter hums with that rhythm. Fish for a candle, a charm for a coin, a prayer for a loaf. Fragile, foolish, yet unbroken. The plague crushes many things, but it cannot kill this exchange of scraps and dreams. In its own way, it is the heartbeat of the poor. And as you listen, fading in and out of fever, it begins to sound almost like a lullaby. The parish watch has arrived. You hear them before you see them. Boots thudding on cobblestones, iron keys jangling against leather belts, voices loud and commanding. They move through the alleys like shepherds driving sheep, except they do not protect. They pen. Every door they touch becomes a prison gate. Every family inside a condemned flock. When the plague was only a whisper, people laughed at the notion of shutting up houses. How could sickness be stopped by locking people in? But laughter faded quickly. Now the practice is common, ritualized, and brutal. The parish officers daub a thick red cross on the door, large enough to be seen from the other end of the lane. Beside it they chalk the words, "Lord have mercy upon us," a prayer and a sentence written in the same hand. You remember the first time you saw that cross painted. The brush made a wet scrape on wood, the pigment dark and shining. Inside you knew a family crouched behind shuttered windows watching in silence. They would not step into the street again, not for bread, not for water, not for light, until every soul inside was either dead or miraculously spared. It was not mercy, it was containment. The officers carry long staffs to ward off contact, though it is not disease they fear catching, but panic. For when the poor realize their houses are to be sealed, they do not surrender quietly. You've seen children cry until their throats were raw, mothers pleading with clasped hands, fathers raging like cornered beasts. Once, a man burst from his door with a knife, shrieking that he would not be buried alive with his family. The watch struck him down before he reached the end of the lane. His door was barred anyway. His body vanished, swallowed by one of the plague carts before morning. At night the shut-up houses groan like coffins. You lie awake, fever prickling, and hear the muffled sobs of neighbours. Sometimes you hear voices praying all through the hours until dawn. Other times you hear nothing at all, silence thick and terrifying, until the watch opens the door days later to carry corpses out by torchlight. Not every officer relishes this duty. You've seen one young man hesitate, his brush trembling before he marked a door. He looked no older than your cousin had been when he died last spring. For a moment you thought he might refuse. But the sergeant's glare hardened him, and he drew the red cross all the same. Duty once bound does not break easily. Still, you wonder if he lies awake at night, haunted by the painted doors staring back at him. Some families try to cheat the watch. You've heard rumours of coins slipped into palms, of back doors left unbarred, of relatives smuggling food through cracks and drains. Sometimes it works. Sometimes the watch catches them, and the punishment is swift. Public shaming. stocks, fines. For the poor, fines mean starvation. For the desperate, shaming means little. After all, you cannot humiliate those already stripped of dignity. But the risk remains, and many suffer twice over for trying to live. You once witnessed a small act of rebellion that has never left you. A girl no older than 10 dragged a stool to her window and flung her family's chamber pot onto the officers below. The liquid splashed across boots and cloaks, sending them stumbling back with curses. The crowd gasped, half in horror, half in laughter. The girl was beaten later, or so you heard, but in that moment she seemed taller than any officer, braver than any soldier. Defiance, however small, flickers like fire in the dark, but most do not resist. They obey because fear is heavier than anger, and hope is thinner than hunger. They obey because the parish is not merely men with brushes and keys, it is the whole weight of the city's order. And what can the poor do against order, except endure it? The red crosses multiply as summer burns on. Whole lanes glow crimson in the fading light, doors marked like wounds. To walk through them is to pass through a gallery of suffering. Each symbol tells the same story. Plague is inside, death waits here. And yet, the watchmen never stop painting. They paint because order demands symbols. They paint because fear needs visible proof. They paint because it is easier to mark the dying than to save them. You sometimes wonder whether the plague is worse inside or outside the painted doors. Inside, families rot together, trapped in stale air, watching each other waste away. Outside, you breathe the open wind, but every passer-by might carry death on their breath. Inside is suffocation. Outside is roulette. There is no safe place, only different forms of doom. Your fever sharpens this thought. Maybe the crosses are not warnings for others at all. Maybe they are mirrors showing every passer-by what waits for them too. A reminder that the line between inside and outside is paper thin. That today you walk free, but tomorrow you may watch a brush dip into red and drag across your own door. Historians still argue whether the policy of shutting up houses slowed the spread or only worsened it. Some claim it was a grim necessity, while others suggest it bred more suffering than it prevented. Whatever the truth, for the poor it was not a debate. It was daily life, imposed with iron certainty. You recall that some whispered alternatives existed. In villages, families sometimes fled together into the fields, setting up tents or crude huts, surviving like hermits. Others banded together in secret, forming hidden communities outside town walls. Yet in cities, where the watchmen marched and every alley was known, escape was harder. For the majority, the cross meant waiting. Waiting to suffer, to hunger, to die. And still, the watchmen paint. Their brushes sweep across timber as though they are priests marking sacrifices. They move on, leaving behind not houses but tombs standing upright. You close your eyes, shivering, and wonder when they will reach your threshold. You see them first at dawn, when the mist still curls low around the cobblestones. Small figures move like shadows, hesitant, hungry, untethered. At first, you mistake them for beggars, though in truth there is little difference. Their cheeks are hollow, their eyes wide, their movements uncertain. Then you notice the absence that defines them. No parent's hand to guide, no elder's voice to command. They are children, alone in a city where being alone is a sentence almost as final as the plague itself. It begins subtly, with cries from shuttered houses. A child wails after its mother. The mother coughs and cannot answer. Then silence follows. Hours later, the child re-emerges, stumbling into the street with eyes red from crying. Some clutch rags or dolls, pitiful tokens of a life that vanished in a night. Others clutch nothing at all, only the empty air where a parent should have been. The parish watch does not know what to do with them. Their orders are to mark doors, to collect corpses, to maintain order, not to shepherd orphans. A few officers chase the children back indoors, fearing they carry death in their small lungs. Others ignore them, stepping over their fragile bodies as though they were no more significant than litter in the gutter. In rare moments, you've seen a guard pause, hesitate, and press a scrap of bread into a small hand. But pity is fleeting and bread scarcer still. The market women whisper of them. They call them plague waifs, creatures born of disaster, half child and half ghost. Some believe that to touch them is to invite death, that their breath carries sickness tenfold. Others think them cursed, marked by heaven or hell to wander until they collapse. The children themselves hear these whispers, and you can see it in their faces. The slow erosion of hope as the world recoils from them. One boy lingers near your alley, no older than 7. His hair is matted, his shirt little more than torn linen. Day after day you see him pick through refuse for scraps. Sometimes he crouches by the wall staring at nothing, lips moving as if in whispered conversation. At last, you realize he is speaking to someone who is no longer there. A mother, a father, a sister taken by the plague. His voice trembles between sobs and giggles, and you wonder how much of his mind is left. Not all the children remain silent victims. Hunger sharpens their instincts, and some become thieves. You've seen small hands dart into baskets at the market, a loaf or apple vanishing before the vendor can shout. They run quick as rats, slipping between legs, diving into drains, their laughter bitter as they escape with stolen food. The vendors curse them, but few chase long. Who would waste strength on punishing those already punished by fate? Yet the anger simmers, and sometimes when a child is caught, the beating is harsher than the crime. There are stories of abandoned children banding together, forming ragged packs. They sleep in church porches or empty barns, guarding one another as best they can. Older ones lead, younger ones follow, and all share the same hollow look of those who know too much suffering too soon. You imagine them as tiny versions of the city itself, desperate, broken, surviving in spite of everything. Yet even together, their fate is uncertain. Hunger gnaws without mercy, and disease spares no age. A coughing fit can scatter a pack as surely as dogs scattering pigeons. The priests, when asked, offer sermons on charity. "Suffer the little children to come unto me," they intone from pulpits, their voices echoing over thin congregations. Some mean it, opening church doors at night, laying straw on cold floors for waifs to sleep upon. But even there sickness follows. An infected child coughs in the pews, and within days the parish fears the house of God has become a house of contagion. The priests face their own terror, and many doors close again, leaving children back on the streets. Faith may comfort, but it does not always protect. You try once to share your crust with the boy in your alley. His hands snatch the bread, but his eyes do not meet yours. Instead, he stares past you, as though he fears you might vanish if he acknowledges you. He devours the crust in seconds, chewing like an animal, crumbs scattering across his thin chest. You want to ask his name, but your throat closes, the words lost. What good is a name when the grave waits so near? The sight of these orphans twists the city's soul. For the wealthy they become symbols, used in sermons, in proclamations, in pleas for reform. Pamphlets circulate adorned with drawings of hollow-eyed children, urging charity from those with coin to spare. Some do give, tossing alms into the street as if scattering feed to birds. Yet more often than not the gesture is hollow, a balm for conscience rather than a rescue for lives. The children remain hungry, remain cold, remain untended, and then there are the darker whispers. In the deepest corners of the slums, some say abandoned children vanish not only from hunger or plague. They are taken by beggar gangs, by cruel masters seeking servants, by darker forces still. No one knows for certain, and perhaps no one wishes to. Fear is easier when it has shadows to cling to, when it paints monsters instead of confronting neglect. Your fever grows worse, and yet your mind returns again and again to those hollow faces. Perhaps you see yourself in them, lost, unwanted, a child of poverty always on the edge of being discarded. Perhaps you fear the mirror they hold up, showing what happens when the weak are left without even the flimsiest protection. Or perhaps it is simpler. Compassion aches inside you, even when you have nothing left to give. At night, you dream of them. They wander through alleys, countless in number, their small feet pattering like rain. They do not speak, but their eyes burn with accusation. You try to offer them bread, but the bread crumbles into dust in your hands. You try to reach them, but your feet sink into cobblestones that turn to mud, then to grave earth. You wake with sweat pouring down your face, certain that the children are still there, watching from the corners of your room. By day, you know the truth. Abandoned children are not phantoms, but flesh and blood, and yet their survival is more fragile than your fevered breath. They cling to life on scraps, on chance, on the fleeting pity of strangers. Few will live to grow tall, fewer still will be remembered. When the plague passes, the city will sweep them away like ash, their names unsaid, their stories untold. But for now, they remain, wandering, starving, haunting, living proof that the plague does not only kill with sickness, but with abandonment. You step into the street, weak, trembling, and see them once more, thin outlines against the morning mist, drifting like echoes of lives the world has already chosen to forget. The city begins to quiet in ways you never imagined possible. At first, it is the absence of laughter, the cries of market vendors and the clatter of hooves fading into memory. Then, slowly, even the sounds of daily labour, hammer on anvil, wheel on stone, vanish. What remains is a silence that feels heavier than any noise could, pressing against your ears until you long for even the wail of grief to break it. You walk the streets one morning and notice how sound carries differently. A cough from a distant window echoes unnaturally, sharp and alone. The scrape of your boots across cobblestone seems to offend the air, as though the world expects you to move silently, like a thief in a mausoleum. Even the crows grow cautious, their caws fewer, their wings beating slower as they circle the city that has become a banquet of corpses. Silence is not absence alone. It has weight, and the weight bends the soul. Doors once open to neighbours now stay barred, shutters nailed closed. If anyone speaks, it is through cracks in wood, voices muffled and suspicious. Children no longer call to one another in the lanes. Lovers do not sing beneath windows. The city holds its breath, waiting for the next death rattle, the next toll of the church bell. That bell itself grows wearier. At first it rang often, announcing funerals with solemn cadence. But as death multiplied beyond measure, the bell's voice grew hoarse. Now it tolls sporadically, sometimes not at all, for even the ringers fall ill, their arms too weak to draw the rope. The absence of its sound does not comfort, it terrifies. For if the bell cannot toll, how will the dead be remembered? How will their passage be marked in this world of vanishing things? You pass the square where once musicians gathered. Their fiddles and pipes once drew crowds, coins tossed into hats, dancers spinning until dusk. Now the stage lies empty, its boards cracked by weather, its benches covered in dust. A broken lute rests in a corner, strings snapped, as though silenced mid-song. You stare at it, remembering the tune it once carried, and the memory hurts more than silence itself. Silence also breeds suspicion. Every sound becomes amplified, interpreted as omen. A sneeze 2 houses down sets shutters slamming. A sudden thud in the alley draws frightened glances, whispers of, "Is it plague?" The human ear, deprived of comfort, grows attuned only to threat. You catch yourself straining at night to hear whether your neighbours still breathe. Some nights you imagine hearing footsteps outside your door, though none ever come. Perhaps they are ghosts, or perhaps you are inventing them, your mind desperate to fill the hollow. The dogs feel it too. Packs once bark through the night, prowling for scraps. Now they move quietly, noses low, ears pricked. Their growls are softer, their howls rarer. They sense the silence as a predator greater than themselves, and even they yield to it. Sometimes you hear a lone bark, sharp and urgent, cut short as though bitten off. Then nothing follows, and the quiet seems deeper still. Not all silence is oppressive. There are moments, rare and strange, when it carries a fragile beauty. Dawn breaks, and mist rises over empty lanes. No cries, no clatter, only the soft drip of water from eaves. In those moments, the city feels almost holy, as though purified by stillness. You breathe carefully, feeling the vast emptiness around you, and part of you wonders if the world has been cleansed of its corruption, leaving behind a quiet more sacred than sound. But the thought does not last long, for the next coughing fit from a neighbour's window shatters the illusion. The priests speak of silence in sermons. They claim it is a punishment from God, stripping away the voices of sinners so only prayer remains. Some weep at these words, nodding, clutching rosaries. Others scoff quietly, for even prayer seems hushed, swallowed by the air. How can one speak to heaven when earth itself refuses to carry the sound? At night, silence changes character again. By day, it oppresses. By night, it terrifies. You lie awake, listening for thieves, for mourners, for the shuffle of corpse-bearers dragging carts through the dark. Sometimes you hear faint wheels creaking, metal groaning, a voice muttering a prayer. Then, abruptly, nothing. It is in those pauses that fear grows strongest. You know carts carry bodies by the dozen, yet you cannot hear them. You wonder how many pass unseen while you lie in your bed, waiting for sleep that will not come. There are rumours that silence itself kills. Old women whisper that if one stays too long in it, the lungs forget to breathe, the heart to beat. They urge neighbours to sing, to shout, to speak, even nonsense, just to keep death from creeping closer. A few take the advice. Sometimes you hear drunken songs shouted from behind closed doors, slurred and desperate. Sometimes a family recites psalms loudly, voices overlapping, refusing to yield to quiet. But eventually the voices falter, fatigue overtakes them, and silence claims the house again. You begin to measure time not by bells or sun, but by silences broken. A cry, a thud, a cough. They become markers of life's persistence. The longer the gaps stretch between them, the more anxious you grow. One evening, 3 hours pass without a sound from any house on your street. You sit trembling, ears straining, until at last a baby wails faintly 2 doors down. Relief floods you, absurdly grateful for proof that someone still breathes nearby. Silence also hides things. Without the cover of noise, you notice sounds you once ignored. The scurry of rats through the walls, the scratching of insects beneath floorboards, the faint crack as timber in your ceiling shifts. These details grow sharper, unavoidable, gnawing at your nerves. You realize the city has always been alive with such murmurs. You simply never heard them beneath the human din. Now, stripped bare, the city reveals itself as a body of wood, stone, vermin, and decay, speaking in a language you never wished to learn. Your fever rises again, and in your delirium silence becomes a voice of its own. It hums in your ears, not absence but presence, thick and suffocating. You imagine it whispering, telling you to surrender, to lay still, to join the quiet that consumes all. You fight it, muttering to yourself, humming fragments of songs you half remember, anything to resist the pull. Alone in your room, you speak aloud simply to break the hush, afraid that if you stop, you too will vanish into its grip. Morning brings little relief. You step outside and see the city frozen in stillness once more. The market stalls stand deserted, their cloths torn, their wares spoiled. A breeze stirs the dust and the faint creak of a shutter echoes like thunder. No laughter, no bargaining, no greetings. Only you, a solitary figure, moving through a silence that grows heavier with each step. And yet, you know this silence cannot last forever. Life, stubborn and defiant, will return to fill it. Voices will rise, carts will rumble, songs will echo again. But until that day, the streets remain hushed, holding their breath, as though waiting for a signal that has not yet come. You walk onward, wondering whether you will live to hear the city's voice return, or whether you will become another forgotten whisper lost within its silence. You return to the heart of the city, the marketplace, once the loudest, busiest centre of life. Here, you remember, there were voices raised in bargaining, the clatter of hooves pulling carts, the jingle of coins exchanging hands, the sharp smell of spices carried on the wind, and the laughter of children weaving through crowds. Now, the place is a skeleton of itself. The first thing you notice is how open the air feels. Without people, the square seems larger, as though it has expanded in absence of its inhabitants. The stone stalls stretch before you, not broken, but abandoned, like bones stripped of flesh. Canvas awnings sag in tatters, their colours faded, flapping faintly in the breeze. Barrels lie overturned, their contents long since spoiled, grain swollen with rot, apples shriveled to brown husks, fish skeletons gnawed by rats. Where merchants once shouted, silence rules. You remember specific voices, the butcher bellowing, the old woman selling bread, the boy hawking herbs. Each voice had its rhythm, weaving into the daily music of the market. You can almost hear them as echoes, like faint ghosts repeating their cries. But the real air holds nothing but wind, rustling through cloth. You step closer to a stall and see footprints still marked in the dirt, pressed deep as though frozen mid-bargain. Someone fled here, leaving behind a half-full basket of onions. You wonder if the person ever returned home, or if death took them before the onions could be cooked. The sight unnerves you. These small traces, abandoned food, coins scattered on a counter, feel more haunting than the bodies you carry on carts. They suggest life interrupted, transactions unfinished, laughter silence mid-breath. The market animals are gone too. Once, goats bleated, chickens clucked, horses whinnied as they pulled loads of goods. Now their pens stand open, straw rotting in heaps. A single feather drifts across the stones, so white it seems luminous in the gloom. You bend to pick it up, holding it as though it contains the memory of all the creatures that once filled this space. Even the smells are wrong. Where once you gagged at fish and cheese mingling with sweat, you now inhale dust, mould and emptiness. The absence of odour itself is unsettling, as though the very air has lost its identity. Occasionally, the breeze carries the sour stench of decay from a nearby house, but the square itself smells like stone and abandonment. Rats, of course, remain. You see them darting between stalls, fat and brazen, their bellies swollen with the spoils of a city's ruin. One pauses on a counter, gnawing at a rind of cheese, and stares at you boldly, as if to declare that the market belongs to them now. You do not chase it away. What use? The rats have outlived many merchants. Perhaps they will inherit the city entirely. The well in the market centre has grown dangerous. Its bucket hangs askew, rope frayed, as though no one has drawn from it in weeks. You peer inside and see water still glimmering faintly below. But you do not trust it. Rumours spread that plague seeps into wells, that water carries death. Once the well was a source of life, a gathering point where women gossiped and men rested their loads. Now it is feared, avoided, left to crumble. You pass by the cloth merchant's stall where bright fabrics once waved like banners in the air. A scrap of red silk still hangs, its edges torn, snapping faintly in the wind. It catches your eye with stubborn beauty, refusing to fade though its owner is long gone. You reach out and run your fingers over it, remembering the touch of trade, the joy of choosing, the weight of coins exchanged. Your throat tightens. This small remnant of colour feels like defiance, and you almost want to take it, to carry it home, proof that not everything has been erased. Yet you leave it, afraid that removing it would extinguish even that fragment of memory. As you wander, your mind drifts to festivals once held here. Music, drums, dancing, torches lighting the night, couples laughing, children clutching sweetmeats, vendors boasting of their finest wares. The square once pulsed like a living heart. Now you stand in its corpse, hearing only the creak of wood and the hiss of wind. It feels not merely abandoned, but betrayed, as though the market itself mourns its lost purpose. You're not alone in these wanderings. Sometimes you glimpse others, moving like shadows through the stalls. They come not to buy or sell, but to scavenge. Thin figures clutching baskets, searching for scraps overlooked by rats. A withered man picks dried beans from the dirt, blowing dust away before slipping them into his pouch. A woman gathers rags, ignoring you entirely. Their silence matches the squares, eyes downcast, each step cautious. They vanish quickly as if ashamed to be seen, leaving you once more in solitude. Your duties as corpse collector do not often bring you here, for few die openly in the marketplace now, yet you sense death in the stones, in the hollowness of the air. This was where life concentrated, where trade and laughter mingled, where the city's lifeblood flowed strongest. To see it empty is to understand how completely the plague has bled the city dry. One afternoon, you pause at the edge of the square and imagine it reborn. You picture stalls bustling again, the smell of bread baking, the sound of coins clinking. You imagine yourself among the crowd, nameless and unnoticed, not marked by plague duty, just another soul in the tide of daily life. The vision is so vivid that for a moment you almost hear laughter, but the illusion shatters as a shutter bangs against stone and the market falls silent once more. You wonder if, when plague finally loosens its grip, the market will revive. Will merchants return? Will people dare to gather again? Or will memory of contagion linger so strong that the square remains empty, haunted by fear? Perhaps weeds will claim it, roots pushing through stone until nature covers the place where humanity once thrived. You cannot know. You can only stand, listening to silence heavy as thunder, and pray that one day sound will return. When you leave, you look back one last time. The stalls, the well, the scraps of colour, each feels like a relic of another world. You know that if the market dies forever, the city's spirit dies with it. For markets are more than trade, they're memory, laughter, survival. Without them, a city becomes only walls and graves. You tighten your cloak and step into the empty streets, carrying that silence with you, as though it has lodged itself in your bones. You approach the church, once the most sacred and crowded building in the entire city. Its spire still rises above the rooftops, but instead of bells ringing to summon worshippers, you hear only the groan of wood and the flutter of crows circling its roof. The heavy oak doors stand half open, not in welcome but in exhaustion, as though even the church itself has grown weary of its role. Before the plague, this place overflowed every Sunday. Families packed inside, candles glowed like stars, and the choir's voices lifted toward heaven. People believed the church was a fortress against suffering. Priests spoke of God's mercy, and worshippers left comforted, certain that faith shielded them from despair. Now, those same walls echo with emptiness. The faithful no longer gather, not because they lost belief, but because death has taken them, or because they fear that even prayer itself might spread the plague. You step cautiously into the nave. Dust lies thick on the stone floor, disturbed only by your boots. Pews stand crooked, as though people fled in haste, leaving books scattered, pages curled and yellowing. A chalice still sits on the altar, tarnished but untouched, as if the priest laid it down mid-ritual and never returned. Candles, once lit in prayer, remain half-burned, their wax hardened into strange shapes like frozen tears. Your footsteps echo in the vast chamber, magnifying your loneliness. The painted saints along the walls gaze down with cracked eyes, their colours dulled by smoke and time. Once their faces inspired hope. Now, under your gaze, they seem weary, their expressions softened into sorrow. The silence is suffocating. Even the usual smell of incense is gone, replaced by damp stone and faint rot. A bench near the front bears evidence of the plague's mark. Stains darken the wood where someone once coughed, perhaps collapsing mid-service. The thought unsettles you. Did worshippers pray here even as the sickness consumed them? Did they believe holy ground would spare them, only to die beneath the saints' painted eyes? You brush the wood with your fingers, then quickly pull away, as though touching it might awaken lingering death. In a side chapel, you find something that chills you deeper. Piled near the altar are small coffins, hastily stacked, child-sized. The priests must have tried to bury them, but the dead arrived faster than hands could dig. Some coffins remain unsealed, lids crooked. You glimpse a tiny hand curled like a withered flower, and your stomach twists. Suddenly the silence of the church is not holy, but accusatory. These children died despite prayers, despite blessings, despite the ringing of bells. What then is the power of this place? You remember the priests themselves. Some preached with fiery voices, urging repentance as the plague spread, calling it punishment for sins. Others offered gentle comfort, insisting God would not abandon his children. Where are they now? Some are dead, their bodies hauled away by carts like any commoner. Others fled, abandoning flock and altar alike. A few remain, wandering hollow-eyed through the streets, whispering fragments of scripture. You have seen them bless corpses with trembling hands, but their words feel as thin as smoke in the wind. As you linger, you hear a faint sound. At first you think it is imagination, but then it grows clearer. A voice, fragile, wavering. You follow it to a side room where a priest kneels before a crucifix. His robes hang loose on his thin frame, his head bowed, lips moving in prayer. The sound of his voice in the hollow church feels both comforting and pitiful. You listen, straining to catch the words. He begs forgiveness, pleads for mercy, not for himself, but for the city. His voice breaks, then steadies, then breaks again. You watch unseen. The sight stirs something in you, perhaps admiration for his persistence, perhaps sorrow for his futility. He's like a candle still burning though wind howls all around. Yet you also sense he knows his prayers may never be answered. His devotion is less about hope than about refusing surrender. Faith, here, has become defiance against silence. When he finally notices you, his eyes widen. For a moment, fear crosses his face. Does he think you are death itself, cloaked and hollow-eyed? Then he relaxes, forcing a weak smile. He beckons you closer, offers a blessing with trembling hands. You kneel instinctively, though part of you wonders why. Perhaps because in a world collapsing, any ritual, however frail, gives a sense of order. His hand rests on your head, light as a moth's wing. His words are hushed, almost drowned by the emptiness around you. When you rise, he does not ask for alms or devotion. He only says, carry them gently. You know what he means, the bodies, the souls, the memory of the dead. His words follow you as you leave the side room. You wander further into the church and climb the narrow stairs to the belfry. Each step creaks under your weight, dust rising with every movement. When you reach the top, the great bell looms above you, silent. You touch its cold surface and imagine it ringing again, shaking the air, calling people not to prayer, but to life. Yet you know no hand dares ring it now, for it would toll only for the dead. Through the belfry window you see the city sprawled below. From here rooftops stretch like an ocean, broken by the occasional plume of smoke. Once, from this view, you might have seen processions, festivals, or markets brimming with people. Now the streets look deserted, dotted only with the faint movement of scavengers, or your own fellow collectors. From this height the silence seems absolute, as if the whole world has stopped breathing. Descending, you pause one last time in the nave. The church feels larger than ever, its emptiness magnified by memory. You wonder whether faith will survive this plague. Will survivors still kneel before altars? Or will they remember only unanswered prayers, coffins stacked like firewood, silence where hymns once soared? Perhaps future generations will rebuild belief, or perhaps they will abandon these walls to dust. You step outside, the doors groaning shut behind you. The air feels heavier, as though the silence of the church clings to your cloak. You look back once more at the spire piercing the sky. It still stands, tall and proud, but now you see it not as a beacon of hope, but as a gravestone, marking where faith itself has been buried. You return to the streets, leaving the hollow silence of the church behind. Out here, life continues, though twisted by the plague into something both pitiful and brutal. It is a world where kindness flickers like a candle in the wind, brief, fragile, easily extinguished, yet cruel acts burn longer, feeding on fear and desperation. You see both every day, often in the same hour, sometimes even from the same hands. At first you notice small gestures of generosity. A woman sets a loaf of bread on the doorstep of a house marked with a red cross, then retreats quickly, making the sign of the cross upon herself as if to shield her from the sickness inside. She does not wait for thanks. The bread may feed a family too weak to beg. A child huddled in an alley clutches a ragged doll. A passer-by tosses him a coin, though he dares not touch the boy. Another stranger kneels by an abandoned dog, stroking its filthy fur before sharing scraps of dried meat. In these fragments of mercy, you glimpse the stubborn spark of humanity refusing to die, but then cruelty crashes against these moments, harsher for their contrast. Outside another shuttered house, a merchant laughs as he demands triple the price for a small sack of flour. He knows the starving have no choice but to pay. A man throws a bucket of water not to wash, but to drive away a beggar, who coughs and crawls away shivering. In a nearby square, a group of youths amuse themselves by tormenting a feverish old man, poking him with sticks, daring each other to touch his sores. Their laughter sounds hollow, edged with fear disguised as bravado. You know these contradictions well. You too have felt torn between pity and revulsion, between offering help and guarding yourself. Once you shared your crust of bread with a coughing widow. Days later, when your own belly growled with emptiness, you cursed yourself for the weakness. Another time, you refused to help a man lying in the gutter, afraid his breath would infect you. That night, you dreamed of his eyes, pleading, clouded, then still. No matter what choice you make, regret follows. One evening you encounter a scene that sears itself into your mind. At the corner of a street, a cart rattles by, driven by a collector like you. On the cart lies a woman barely alive, moaning softly. Her neighbours had dragged her out, declaring her dead, eager to be rid of the danger. They toss a few coins to the driver, who shrugs and accepts. You lock eyes with the woman as the cart passes. Her lips form silent words. Perhaps, help me. Perhaps, mercy. Then the wheels turn, and she disappears toward the pit. You stand frozen, unable to move. Later, when you try to sleep, her face returns, hovering in the dark. Not all cruelty is born of malice. Much of it is born of fear. Families abandon their own kin, bolting doors against sick relatives. Parents leave children, children leave parents. A son may slip away in the night rather than share his father's plague bed. You try to imagine whether you would do the same if fever burned in your blood. The thought chills you more than any winter wind. Yet there are also those who risk everything to give. You once saw a midwife carry a dying boy on her back through 3 streets to find a priest willing to bless him. She caught the sickness herself and died within the week, but her sacrifice became whispered legend among neighbours. Another time, a tanner's apprentice gave his only blanket to a stranger shivering in the gutter. Days later, when the apprentice himself fell ill, the stranger, miraculously recovered, tended him as best he could until the end. These stories circulate like fragile lifelines, teaching you that not all hearts have hardened. The tension between charity and cruelty is everywhere, like 2 hands pulling the same rope. You witness neighbours stealing from each other, then later sharing the spoils with an orphan. You see a nobleman's servant whip a beggar from the steps of a mansion. only for the lady of the house to secretly toss bread from a window once the servant turns his back. Even within yourself you feel this pull. Some days you spit curses at the world, other days you find yourself kneeling to adjust the cloak of a corpse so it may face the pit with a shred of dignity. One day, a moment tests you. As you carry your sack of tools, you pass a narrow lane and hear faint sobbing. You hesitate, then follow the sound. In the shadows sits a girl no older than 10, her face streaked with dirt and tears. Beside her lies a small body wrapped in cloth, a younger sibling stiff and still. The girl whispers that her parents are gone, her brother now gone, and she has nowhere to go. Her eyes plead with you. For a long moment you stand frozen, heart pounding. You know you cannot take her with you. To do so would mean starvation for both, yet to leave her seems unbearable. In the end, you place half your bread in her hands, knowing it dooms you to hunger later. You walk away quickly, not daring to look back, because if you do, you might return, and you cannot. That night hunger gnaws your belly, but the memory of her eyes gnaws deeper. This is the world the plague has made, a world where charity costs dearly, and cruelty comes cheap. Acts of kindness are dangerous. They spread not the plague, but vulnerability. Acts of cruelty often protect the self, but rot the soul. You are trapped between them, never sure which path to choose, never sure if your choice matters in the end. Perhaps history will remember the cruelty, the hoarders, the deserters, the laugh of those who mocked the dying. Or perhaps it will remember the small mercies, the loaves left on doorsteps, the blankets given, the whispered blessings. As you trudge onward, sack heavier than your shoulders, you wonder, which will outlive you, the cruelty or the charity? And in your own life, which will weigh more heavily when the final tally is made? When death shadows every corner, people cling to scraps of joy, however reckless. You see it often now, the desperate pursuit of fleeting pleasures, as though laughter and song might outrun the plague. To some, this is madness. To others, it is survival of another kind, not of the body but of the spirit. The taverns should have been empty, yet they are not. Each night you hear raucous songs spilling from their doors. Inside, men and women drink deeply, their eyes glassy, their voices hoarse from shouting against the silence that waits outside. Ale flows despite shortages, purchased with coins saved for bread or burial. Dice rattle across warped tables. Wagers are thrown carelessly, as though wealth means nothing when tomorrow may never arrive. You join them once, out of curiosity. The air is thick with smoke and sweat, and laughter bursts at the smallest jest. A fiddler plays until his strings snap, and still the crowd claps, refusing to let silence return. For one night you forget the pits, the carts, the endless toll of death bells. But morning comes, and the stink of sickness floods back heavier than before. On the streets, others chase pleasure in different ways. Lovers embrace openly, careless of shame, clinging to one another as if touch alone can ward off death. Prostitutes do brisk trade, their eyes haunted yet defiant. Street performers still juggle, dance and sing, earning coins from crowds who crave distraction. Children play games in alleys, laughing shrilly while stepping over puddles of filth. For a moment, watching them, you can almost believe life continues as before. Then a cough cuts the air and everyone scatters like birds startled by a hawk. Some pursue darker indulgences. Theft has risen. Gangs prowl after nightfall, seizing food, drink and coin from the weak. You once saw a group break into a merchant's house not to steal gold, but to feast upon his store of wine and roasted meat, devouring it in a frenzy. By dawn, several were vomiting blood. The plague had found them even amid their stolen revelry. Yet their companions merely laughed, saying better to die with full bellies than waste away in fear. You wrestle with this thought often. Should you not also seize what pleasures remain? Hunger and fear grind your spirit. Some nights you consider selling your few possessions for a single night of feasting, or a skin of wine to dull the stench of the dead. But always you hesitate, haunted by the faces of those who starved or froze after such choices. Survival leaves little room for indulgence, yet longing gnaws at you all the same. One evening you follow music drifting through the alleys. At the end of a crooked lane you find a circle of dancers. They whirl hand in hand, their feet stamping dust, their faces flushed with fever or drink. A piper plays furiously, sweat streaming down his brow. Around them spectators clap and cheer, some weeping even as they laugh. You feel drawn in, your body aching to move. For a heartbeat you imagine joining, spinning until the world itself forgets death. But you stop. You see sores blooming on one dancer's neck, his grin fixed in rictus joy. The circle is both celebration and contagion. You turn away, your chest heavy with envy and dread. The church condemns these revelries, preaching that such indulgence invites God's wrath. Priests urge fasting, prayer and repentance, declaring that drunkenness and lust worsen the plague. Yet many ignore them. Some even twist the sermons into fuel for their revels. If the world is ending, why not taste its pleasures before the final trumpet sounds? You hear whispers of secret feasts held within abandoned halls, where roasted fowl, spiced wine and music drown out the moans of the dying outside. To be invited is considered both fortune and doom, for few who attend emerge unscathed. But not all pleasures are reckless. Some seek gentler comforts. A mother hums lullabies to soothe her feverish child, though she knows he may not survive the night. A husband carves toys for his ailing wife, giving her a moment's smile. Old friends gather to share stories of their youth, laughing quietly in candlelight. These fleeting joys do not defy death with noise and drink. They defy it with tenderness, reminding you that the heart still beats even in despair. You find your own small pleasures where you can. A crumb of bread still warm from the oven traded for a morning's labour. A sunbeam breaking through smoke, warming your face as you rest. The sound of bird song on a rare clear dawn, reminding you that nature does not die with mankind. Even a dream can be a kind of indulgence. You dream once of walking barefoot through a meadow untouched by plague, your hands filled with flowers. When you wake, your face is wet with tears, but the dream lingers like a balm. One night, however, you witness indulgence twist into horror. Near the square, a band of revellers staggers from a tavern, singing loudly. One man collapses, his body racked with plague sores. His companions laugh, thinking him drunk until blood spills from his mouth. Panic erupts. They scatter, leaving him writhing alone in the mud. You watch from the shadows, torn between pity and prudence. His song still echoes faintly in the night, a broken melody swallowed by silence. That sound haunts you long after, a reminder that joy here is as fragile as life itself. Fleeting pleasures, wine, laughter, song, touch, cannot change the course of the plague. Yet they stitch brief moments of defiance into the tapestry of despair. You understand now why people chase them. Without such sparks, the darkness would be absolute. Even you, cautious as you are, cannot deny the hunger for joy, however fleeting. Perhaps when the pit finally claims you, your last thought will not be of suffering, but of one of these small mercies, the warmth of a sunbeam, the taste of bread, the sound of laughter breaking through sorrow. The plague has stolen much, but it has not stolen the human urge to live, not just to survive, but to savour. In this paradox lies your torment and your fragile hope. The plague works slowly upon you now. At first, you thought your body strong enough to resist, but each day its grip tightens. Fever burns your skin until sweat soaks your bedding. Cold shivers follow, leaving you trembling as though winter has crept into your bones. Eating becomes a chore. Bread tastes like ashes and water feels heavy as lead. Your limbs ache, swollen and stiff, and your breath grows shallow, rasping like bellows worn thin. You know the signs well. You've seen them on others, the dark swellings along the neck and groin, the black spots blooming across pale flesh. Now they appear upon your own body. At first, you hide them beneath your clothes, unwilling to admit what your mind already knows. But denial cannot last. Each time you wash, you see the angry swell of buboes, tender and hot beneath your fingers. You press them and wince. Pain radiates outward like fire. You are marked. Your neighbours notice too. Their eyes linger longer when you pass. Their voices drop to whispers once you turn your back. No one will say it outright, but you hear the fear in their silence. A child who once played near your door now scurries away at the sight of you. A friend who once shared crusts of bread crosses to the other side of the street. The parish watch begins marking houses again, and you dread the day they daub yours with paint, sealing you inside until the pit cart comes. As illness deepens, time grows strange. Days and nights blur. Fever carries you into half-dreams where shadows move at the corner of vision and voices whisper from the dark. Sometimes you see faces, your mother, long dead, or companions already in the ground. Their lips move as though in speech, but you cannot hear the words. Other times you hear bells tolling endlessly, though no church nearby is ringing. The line between waking and dream is as thin as a thread. You measure the passage of illness by your breath. At first it comes quick, shallow, but still steady. Later, each inhale feels like lifting a stone upon your chest. You count them, 10, 20, 50, losing track until numbers dissolve into haze. A single clear thought remains. One day, 1 hour, 1 breath will be your last. The certainty presses on you more than the fever. You lie awake, dreading the moment when air no longer enters, when lungs collapse into silence. Yet even in decline the world intrudes. You hear the rattle of the corpse cart rolling down the lane. The driver shouts, "Bring out your dead!" and doors creak open. Neighbours drag bodies wrapped in rags to the street, laying them gently or carelessly upon the heap. You smell the stench through your window, a sickly mix of decay and smoke. You know one day soon your body will join that pile, limbs tangled with strangers, names forgotten. You wonder what memory, if any, will remain of you. Wealthy families commission priests to write their deaths in registers, but the poor vanish unmarked. You imagine your name erased, your face unremembered, your belongings scattered or burned. A lifetime reduced to silence. The thought chills you more than the fever. You yearn for someone, anyone, to carry a scrap of you forward. A song, a story, even a whisper that you once lived. In your weakness, small details grow sharp. The flicker of candlelight upon cracked walls, the taste of stale bread softened in broth, the sound of wind rattling shutters. These moments become anchors, holding you to the world even as your body drifts away. You cling to them greedily, fearing they may be the last sensations you ever know. Sometimes Guilt rises. Why you? Why should you survive longer than neighbours already buried? You remember the orphan girl who starved after her parents were sealed inside their cottage. You remember the old man beaten in the street because his cough frightened others. They died swiftly while you linger. Is this survival or punishment? You cannot tell. On rare mornings, strength returns briefly. You sit up, breathe deeper, almost believe recovery possible. Hope sparks. Perhaps your body will endure, perhaps fever will break, but the relief never lasts. By evening you collapse again, weaker than before. Hope itself becomes a cruelty, dangling escape before snatching it away. You learn to distrust it, to expect only decline. Dreams darken. You see pits filled with bodies, mouths gaping as though calling your name. You see black crows circling overhead, their wings blotting out the sun. You hear chanting, low and endless, words you cannot understand. Sometimes you dream of drowning, lungs filling with water, and wake gasping, your throat raw, chest heaving. The dream lingers as though prophecy, death as suffocation, the last breath drawn in vain. Still, even in despair, fragments of beauty remain. Once, while fevered, you glimpse sunlight striking a broken pane of glass, scattering colours across the wall. For a moment it looks like jewels, brilliant against the gloom. Another time, rain falls gently, and you press your palm to the window, feeling coolness seep through stone. Such moments remind you that life, even in its last gasps, still carries grace. You wonder what lies beyond the final breath. Priests promise heaven for the penitent, hell for the wicked, and purgatory for those between. You cannot decide where you belong. You have stolen bread to survive, yet you have shared scraps with the starving. You have cursed God in anger, yet prayed in fear. Perhaps judgment will weigh these acts, or perhaps nothing waits but silence. Strangely, you no longer fear hell as much as being forgotten entirely. Your body weakens daily. Standing is near impossible. Walking leaves you collapsed in sweat. Food tastes of metal. Water slips through like sand. You cough until blood flecks your lips. Breathing grows shallow, each inhale thin, ragged. You know the end approaches. You lie upon your bedding, listening to your chest rattle, each breath like wind through broken shutters. You count them once more, knowing that someday soon the number will end. When that moment arrives, will anyone notice? Will someone close your eyes, whisper a prayer, lay you upon the cart with dignity? Or will you be found days later, your body stiff, your room silent? You cannot control this fate. The plague has stripped you of choice, leaving only acceptance. And so you wait. Fever carries you between dreams and waking, but one truth remains. Every breath might be the last. You cling to them greedily, not because they promise survival, but because they are yours. Each inhale is defiance. Each exhale is memory. Until silence falls, you live. When you open your eyes again, you're no longer certain whether the fever has broken or whether you've crossed a threshold that cannot be retraced. The room feels both present and distant, a shifting blur of shadows and light. The edges of things, walls, bedding, your own trembling hands, seem unstable, as though the world itself has loosened from its moorings. Your body, once heavy with pain, feels strangely light, as if gravity has released its hold. Voices drift to you, faint but distinct. They are not in the room, yet they surround you. Some you recognize. The grocer's wife who died weeks ago, the boy from the bakery whose body was carted away in spring. Others are unknown, countless whispers layering upon each other like waves. They call your name, not cruelly but insistently, as though beckoning you to join them. For a moment, fear grips you, and you clutch the bedding, desperate to remain tethered. You hear the world beyond your chamber more clearly than ever before. The cart rattles again, wheels grinding over cobbles. The driver cries his eternal command, "Bring out your dead." But now the sound is not muffled by walls. It resounds as though he were at your bedside. You hear the moans of the dying, the cries of children left orphaned, the keening of mothers who have carried too many small corpses to the pit. These sounds weave together into a single dirge, a song of loss that vibrates in your very chest. You try to speak, to tell them you are still alive, but your voice will not come. Your lips move, yet no sound emerges. The effort leaves you exhausted, chest rattling with each shallow breath. In that silence, realization dawns. You are slipping beyond the realm of the living, becoming one more among the forgotten chorus. Your mind returns to memories sharp and sudden. You recall your mother's hands rough from washing clothes in icy water, stroking your hair when fever once took you as a child. You remember running through fields, the summer air warm, the sky impossibly blue. You remember laughter, the kind that shakes your ribs, shared with friends long buried. Each memory flares brightly, then fades, like sparks from a dying fire. You try to hold them, but they scatter, slipping into the darkness. Time becomes meaningless. The distinction between a heartbeat, an hour, or a day dissolves. Your world narrows to breath alone. Inhale, exhale, each cycle slower than the last, each effort heavier, as though drawing air through water. You sense the end drawing close, not with terror now, but with inevitability. Death is no longer a stranger. It has become a companion, seated quietly at your side, waiting with patience. Yet even here, life clings stubbornly. A flicker of candlelight persists, a reminder of warmth against the surrounding dark. You hear faint footsteps in the street, someone still alive, still enduring. Somewhere, bread is being baked, water drawn from a well, a song hummed softly to comfort a child. Life has not entirely yielded to death. The thought brings a strange comfort, as though your own fading breath might join a larger rhythm, part of a cycle that continues. The plague has taken so many, erasing names, scattering families, silencing voices. You wonder if all those lost truly vanish, or if they linger in echoes, fragments of laughter carried on the wind, shadows in doorways, whispers that drift through fever dreams. Perhaps memory itself is a kind of survival, and as long as someone recalls a face, a word, a gesture, the dead are never wholly gone. You imagine your own echo. Will anyone remember you? A neighbour might speak of you briefly, saying, "He was the one who carried bodies when no one else dared." A child might recall the scrap of bread you once shared. A passerby might remember your face in the window, pale and watchful. Small fragments, perhaps, but enough. You realize now that survival was never only of the body. To be remembered, even faintly, is another kind of life. The voices surrounding you grow louder, layered upon each other until they become a chorus. They do not frighten you now. Instead, they feel like companions, welcoming, as though they have been waiting. You sense yourself moving toward them, though your body lies still. The rattle in your chest deepens, each breath a mountain to climb. The world narrows further, until only the sound of that chorus remains. Images flicker one last time. A sunlit field, the warmth of bread from an oven, the rough wool of a blanket in winter, the sound of rain upon a roof, each a fragment of life, each carrying weight beyond measure. You understand, finally, that these small things were the essence of living. Not grand deeds nor riches, but fleeting moments that stitched your days together. They pass before you like a procession, a farewell offered by the life you once knew. The final breath comes quietly. There is no thunder, no blaze of light, only a slow exhale, a loosening of pain, a release. The rattle ceases, the weight lifts, silence descends. For a heartbeat, you hover in that silence suspended between worlds. Then the chorus swells, and you feel yourself drawn into it, no longer alone. You are gone, yet not erased. Your body will be carried to the pit, buried among thousands. But your echo lingers. It drifts in the cries of the living, in the memory of neighbours, in the whispered stories of plague years yet to come. Perhaps a child will hear them and wonder at the nameless dead who once walked these streets. Perhaps your story will flicker there, faint but real. In that way, you endure. Forgotten by records, but not entirely lost. A voice among voices, a shadow among shadows, a breath carried upon the wind. And as the living continue, baking bread, drawing water, humming songs, you remain, an echo threaded through their world. The plague has claimed you, but not destroyed you. You have become part of something larger, woven into the endless fabric of memory and forgetting. And in that, strangely, there is peace. You survived. Against every expectation, against the whispers that circled your street, against the odds that buried your neighbours in shallow plague pits, you are still breathing. But the air burns your chest, every breath a rasping struggle, and your body is not what it once was. Survival feels less like triumph and more like a cruel joke, as though the pestilence had decided to leave you alive only so it could watch you limp through the ruins of a shattered life. When you first staggered back into the daylight, people stared, not with joy, not with relief, not even with simple recognition. Their eyes slid across your face as though you were not entirely human anymore. The swelling had left its marks, scars like pale rivers twisting down your cheeks, hardened lumps at your neck, hollows beneath your eyes that made you look spectral. Children pointed, and their mothers pulled them away, whispering hurried prayers. They did not call you blessed. They called you cursed. Your reflection, when you dared to glance into a bucket of water, shocked you. The person looking back was gaunt, sunken, as if half dead. The hair thinned in uneven clumps. The skin bore discoloration, blotched purple shadows that never truly faded. What once was your body now felt like a husk animated by will alone. You realized then that you had not won anything. The plague had taken its payment from you, just not in the coin of death. You tried to return to the small rhythm of daily existence, but the marketplace, once familiar, turned hostile in new ways. When you approached a bread stall, the vendor stepped back. "Leave it there," she said, dropping your stale loaf at arm's length. Money changed hands as if across a battlefield. She wiped her palms furiously on her apron afterward, glaring as though you had infected the coins themselves. The crowd parted around you like a river around a stone, not because of respect, but because no one wanted your shadow brushing against them. At night, your chest rattled with a persistent cough. Each spasm reminded you of the weeks in bed, drenched in fever. Sleep never came easily. You feared closing your eyes, for behind the lids came the nightmares, the ringing of church bells, the cries of the dying, the sour reek of unwashed bodies heaped together. Often you woke drenched in sweat, heart racing, convinced you were back in the grips of the sickness. Even awake, you sometimes caught phantom sounds, an echo of coughing in an empty room, the scratch of rats in the wall that never seemed to be there when you searched. Your survival did not bring food. You were too weak for heavy labour, too disfigured for the few households still hiring servants, too feared for any craft that required close contact. Begging became the only option left, yet even begging was poisoned. At the church steps, where you knelt among other desperate souls, the alms were handed out with careful avoidance. Sometimes the friar simply tossed bread in your direction, as one might feed a dog, ensuring no fingers brushed against yours. Each crust tasted bitter, flavoured with humiliation. The sickness had carved away more than flesh. It had carved away belonging. You used to exchange greetings with neighbours, simple nods or shared complaints about rising grain prices. Now, doors closed when you passed. Women pulled scarves tighter across their faces. Children whispered, "That one should be in the grave." Once a boy threw a stone at your back, shouting that you were a walking ghost. You turned, ready to rebuke him, but his father only stood watching, arms folded, approving of his son's cruelty. The body you lived in betrayed you daily. Climbing a short flight of steps left you winded. Kneeling for too long brought aches that lingered hours. The sunlight seemed harsher, searing eyes already strained by fever's long assault. Sometimes your hands trembled without reason, spilling the few drops of water you managed to carry. Survival had not granted strength. It had stripped you down to frailty, leaving behind a frame more fragile than before. And yet, the worst wound was invisible. It lay in the emptiness of your home. Once voices filled it, the chatter of kin, the warmth of shared meals, the comfort of routine. Now silence pressed on you like a second illness. You searched for their belongings, tiny remnants of their existence. A shawl folded at the edge of a bed, a wooden spoon with bite marks from years of use. Each item cut deeper than a blade. You had lived, and they had not. No prayer explained why. The thought coiled in your chest. Perhaps survival was punishment, not mercy. As days stretched into weeks, you noticed something strange. Survivors like you existed here and there. Other gaunt figures bearing scars and coughing fits. Yet you rarely spoke. To see them was to confront your own reflection, and no one wished for that. You avoided their gaze as they avoided yours, a silent pact of shame. None of you were celebrated, none were called heroes. You were reminders of horror, proof that the plague had passed through the village but was not truly gone. The priests preached that survival was God's will, but their sermons felt hollow when you saw how others shrank from you. If it were God's blessing, why did his flock recoil? If it were divine mercy, why did it feel like exile? In your heart you felt abandoned, not only by neighbours but by heaven itself. Sometimes you wandered near the plague pits, where the earth still sagged from the weight of countless bodies. Crows circled overhead. You stood at the edge, staring at the unmarked soil. Beneath lay the people you once knew, all stripped of names, identities, dignity. You whispered to the ground, asking why you were spared. The earth, of course, gave no answer. Survival was not an end, but a beginning of new hardship, a second life built on ruins. The sickness had departed your body, but it had left behind scars, weakness, loneliness, and suspicion. You had crossed the threshold of death only to find yourself in a world that no longer welcomed you. Every day became proof of the hollow nature of your victory, and still, you wake, you rise, you take another breath, painful though it is. You drag yourself to the market, to the church, to the wells. Each motion is not triumph, but persistence, the stubborn refusal to yield to the plague's mockery. Life after the plague is not life as it once was. It is survival stripped bare, a hollow victory that weighs heavier than defeat. You do not need a mirror to know that your face unsettles people. Their reactions speak more clearly than any polished glass ever could. The first thing strangers see are the marks, pale ridges curving along your cheek, like clawed furrows left by some invisible beast. The swellings that once threatened to choke you have long receded, but they left behind knots of hardened flesh beneath the skin. When you smile, though you rarely attempt it, the expression twists, uneven, as if your mouth belongs to someone else. You're not hideous, not quite monstrous, but uncanny. The plague branded you, and the brand cannot be hidden. When you pass a window or glimpse yourself in a puddle, the sight still jolts you. Your mind lags, expecting to see the face you carried before sickness hollowed you out. But the reflection staring back is gaunt, sunken, a stranger who wears your eyes. Sometimes you touch the scars, running your fingers over their raised edges, half hoping they might smooth away, half fearing they might deepen with time. They remind you with every brush of skin that you belong neither to the living nor the dead. Children notice most cruelly. They stop in their games when you walk by, staring wide-eyed. Some whisper behind cupped hands, others shout names: ghoul, ghost, plague shadow. One bold boy once asked if the marks would spread to him if he looked too long. You wanted to laugh, to reassure him, but your voice caught in your throat and you turned away before the sadness could become visible. His mother scolded him loudly, yet even she pulled him close as you passed, as though words of correction were enough to erase the truth. She feared you too. The scars shape every encounter. Merchants seeing your face shorten their conversations, eager to finish the trade quickly. Some cross themselves when they first look upon you, muttering prayers as though the devil's touch lingers in the lines across your skin. Women avert their eyes altogether, as if politeness might spare them contamination. You feel their gazes even when they pretend not to look, the way their shoulders stiffen, the way their breathing shifts. You're not simply a man or woman to them anymore. You are a reminder of death's nearness. Once you tried to cover yourself with a hood and cloth wrapped around the lower half of your face. For a moment it gave you the illusion of passing unnoticed. But the fabric drew suspicion of its own. People assumed you still carried infection, that beneath the cloth lurked fresh sores ready to burst. A baker chased you from his stall, shouting that you sought to poison his bread. From then on, you stopped hiding. Better the cruel truth be visible than the harsher accusations of deceit. In the quiet hours, alone in your dwelling, you ponder the power of appearance. Before the plague, your face carried nothing remarkable, just another ordinary countenance among hundreds. No one paused to study it. Now every line etched by illness demands attention. You realize how fragile identity is, how quickly a person becomes defined by the marks of suffering. Your scars have become your name, your reputation, your warning sign. They speak before you do, telling the world that you're dangerous, tainted, other. The church offers little comfort. Priests preach that scars are signs of God's trial, proof that he tested you and you endured. But their words feel empty when parishioners edge away from your pew. They claim your endurance is holy, yet none will brush your hand in peace. During Mass, you kneel alone at the edge, the distance between you and others a visible gulf. You wonder if God too averts his eyes when he looks upon the face he allowed the plague to mar. Night brings its own cruelty. You dream of your former appearance, the smoothness of unbroken skin, the easy smile that once felt natural. In the dream, people greet you warmly, neighbours embrace you, children laugh without fear. But the dream never lasts. Sooner or later a mirror appears, and the reflection cracks into the scarred version you carry now. The laughter turns to screams, the embraces into recoil. You wake gasping, fingers pressed against the ridges on your cheeks as though to confirm the nightmare followed you into waking life. There are others like you, scattered survivors marked by the pestilence. Some carry scars across their arms, their necks, their legs. A few bear twisted hands or limps that will never mend. But it is the scars upon the face that wound deepest, for they cannot be concealed, cannot be ignored. You see them sometimes in the marketplace, catching your gaze for a heartbeat before they look away. You wonder if they feel the same alienation, the same loneliness. Yet none of you speak. To acknowledge one another would be to admit that you are kin not in choice but in exile. The loneliness cuts sharper than the scar itself. Friendship dissolves under suspicion. Those who once shared bread with you now share only silence. Prospects of companionship, of marriage, of children. These dreams shrivel under the weight of your face. Who would choose to lie beside a body that reminds them of pestilence? Who would cradle children who might inherit not the disease but the stigma etched into your flesh? Even if love were possible, society would not permit it. People marry upward, not into shadows. And yet, there is a strange strength hidden in the disfigurement. No thief bothers you now. Your appearance wards them off more effectively than a knife. Guards scarcely glance at you when you slip past, for they assume a scarred plague survivor has nothing worth stealing. When rumours of sickness rise again, people give you wider berth, whispering that you might be immune, a vessel already tempered by fire. In their fear they grant you space, and sometimes space is freedom. Still, you cannot shake the longing for simple acceptance. You dream not of riches, not of status, but of one moment in which someone meets your gaze without flinching. One moment where your scars do not speak louder than your voice. Perhaps such a moment will never come. Or perhaps it waits somewhere far from here, beyond the streets that know your history, in a place where scars are merely part of the human story, not a verdict of damnation. For now, though, you live within the boundaries your face has drawn. Every morning you rise, wash the hardened ridges with cold water, and step into a world that recoils. Each day you carry the weight of your scarred face like a mask you cannot remove, a mask that tells the tale of survival more loudly than words ever could. And though it isolates you, it also binds you to truth. You endured. The marks are cruel, but they are also proof that you walked through the fire of pestilence and came out breathing. Not whole, not celebrated, but alive. Hunger has followed you like a shadow since the plague released its grip on your body. Surviving the sickness did not mean surviving the famine it left behind. The countryside lies half empty, fields overrun with weeds where no one remained to till them. Granaries stand with their doors hanging open, emptied long ago by desperate hands. Livestock are rare sights now. Their bones litter barns, gnawed clean by dogs or rats. Hunger is not simply the absence of food anymore. It is a gnawing spirit that clings to every survivor, whispering constantly that there is never enough. Your body bears the scars of hunger as much as of plague. The sickness hollowed you out, and hunger finishes the work, stripping muscle from your frame until every rib juts sharp against skin. Your belly swells and shrinks unpredictably, tight when you swallow scraps, empty again within hours. The hunger sharpens your senses. The smell of baking bread from streets away is enough to make your mouth flood with saliva. The sight of grain scattered in mud can seem like a banquet. Even dreams turn against you. Night after night you feast in visions, only to wake with jaws aching from chewing air. You forage where you can, though it feels beneath dignity once held. Roots pulled from soil, nettles boiled until their sting softens, mushrooms gathered with hesitant fingers because some bring nourishment, others death. Hunger makes you careless, and once you spent hours vomiting in the ditch after swallowing the wrong kind. Yet still you return to the woods and fields, because what choice is there? You cannot live on pity. Even the kind-hearted have little to spare. Charity dries up when everyone fears tomorrow's table. Markets still exist, but they are ghostly things. Where once stalls groaned beneath produce and fish, now a handful of merchants offer scraps at prices higher than gold. A small loaf costs more than you can earn in a week, and even if you had the coin, the sellers glance at your scars and find excuses not to deal. You're too great a reminder of pestilence, too close a shadow of the dead. They would rather let bread go stale than place it in your hand. On the rare occasion you succeed in a purchase, you swallow the crust quickly before anyone can change their mind. You remember meals from before, stews simmering with meat, loaves still warm from ovens, apples crisp from harvest. You remember complaining once about the toughness of beef, about the blandness of porridge. Now such complaints feel obscene. You would give anything for porridge so watery it could hardly be called food. You would kiss the hand that offered even a stale crumb. Memory itself becomes torture, for your mind serves images your body cannot have. The ghost of flavour lingers longer than actual meals. Sometimes hunger drives you into shameful acts. One night you followed a dog carrying a bone in its jaws, hoping it might drop its treasure. Another time, you stole from the edge of an orchard, cramming unripe fruit into your mouth while bitter juice burned your tongue. You were chased, beaten, nearly left unconscious in the dirt, but you did not spit out what you had taken. That single handful of sour apples lasted you 3 days, and you endured the bruises gladly. Hunger cares nothing for pride. It strips you bare, reminding you that survival is all that matters. There are whispers of food wagons guarded by soldiers, meant for nobles and wealthy households. Occasionally you glimpse them rolling past, barrels covered in cloth to hide their bounty. You and others like you watch with hollow eyes, knowing none of it will ever reach your mouths. Soldiers ride with hands on sword hilts, ready to cut down any hand that dares reach for what lies within. Once, a starving girl leapt toward a cart. The soldiers struck her so hard she did not rise again. The wagon rolled on as though nothing had happened. You still remember her small hands stretched out, fingers curled around emptiness. Work, when you find it, pays mostly in food rather than coin. Clearing rubble from abandoned houses might earn a heel of bread. Digging graves earns a bowl of broth. Even labour in the fields pays little more than a promise that when harvest comes, you may eat some of what you plant, if you survive that long. Yet you take these tasks eagerly, for even the smallest ration is worth the sweat. Hunger turns work into worship. Each bite of food feels like a prayer answered. Illness makes a companion of hunger too. Without proper nourishment, your body falters. Wounds heal slowly, teeth loosen, your breath comes shallow. Every cough carries fear that sickness will return, and this time your body will not have strength to resist. Neighbours mutter that plague might strike again soon, but you know hunger is already here, gnawing at every belly, killing silently where pestilence shouted. You wonder which is crueler, the swift fire of plague or the slow decay of starvation, in your darkest moments, hunger makes you imagine things you would once have despised. You hear rumours of those who boiled leather boots to soften them into something chewable. Some claim corpses were not always left untouched in the worst days of famine. You tell yourself you would never stoop so low. Yet hunger's voice whispers, if days stretched longer, if famine deepened further, what line would you truly refuse to cross? It frightens you to admit that the line grows thinner each night you lie awake, stomach groaning. And yet, within hunger's cruelty lies a strange resilience. Every scrap teaches you to endure. Every crumb strengthens the will. Hunger shows you how little a human truly needs to cling to life. A handful of berries, a cracked bone to suck marrow, a crust hard as stone softened in water. These meagre meals, pathetic in plenty, keep the spark of existence glowing. You realize that life is not grand feasts, but the stubborn refusal to let emptiness win. Still, there are days when despair presses heavier than hope, when your belly contracts so sharply it feels like knives, when you see others faint from weakness in the street, when you hear children crying for bread and mothers rocking them in helplessness. You walk among these sounds, carrying your own hollow ache, and know you are one among thousands haunted by the same relentless spirit. Hunger does not discriminate, though it punishes the poor most fiercely. It is the one companion no one can cast away. Each dawn you rise and begin again the endless hunt, searching fields, working when work can be found, scavenging scraps with hands that tremble from weakness. Hunger walks beside you always, silent yet screaming. And though you loathe it, though you curse it, though you would trade anything to be free of it, hunger is also proof that you live. For the dead feel nothing, and you, scarred, gaunt, desperate, still feel the gnawing ache. It is torment, but it is also testimony. You survived the plague, and as long as hunger remains, you are still surviving. Hunger clings to you more tightly than the plague ever did. The sickness at least raged, peaked, and left, but hunger lingers day after day, gnawing without end. You rise in the morning already weak, belly aching from emptiness, and you lie down at night with the same ache, only sharper. It is not the sort of hunger you once knew, when missing a meal meant eagerness for the next. This is a hollow that deepens without promise, a constant reminder that survival after plague is not triumph, but struggle prolonged. The land itself seems wounded, incapable of healing quickly. Fields once full of wheat stand wild with weeds. Fallow patches stretch where farmers perished or fled. Orchards rot without care. Fruit falling uneaten, turning black beneath swarms of insects. Even rivers carry fewer fish, overfished by desperate hands. The world provides less now because too many toiled too little, and because death took the stewards who once coaxed abundance from soil. What scraps remain are hoarded, fought over, or sold for prices only the wealthy can dream of paying. Your body tells the tale of famine clearly. Skin hangs loose where plague first wasted you, and now bone presses sharp beneath it. Your cheeks sink, lips crack, joints ache when you walk too far. At times your belly swells strangely, filled with nothing but water and air. The gnawing never ends, even when you swallow something, a wild root, a bitter leaf. The emptiness returns within hours, sharper for having been teased. Hunger changes how you see the world. A smell drifting from a chimney makes you stop in your tracks, mouth wet, eyes searching desperately for the source. A patch of mushrooms becomes a question of courage. Eat and risk poison, or starve and guarantee suffering. Markets reopen in fits and starts. but they are cruel parodies of what you remember. Where once stall after stall offered meats, vegetables and bread, now a handful of traders set out meagre stock. A single loaf costs what once bought a week of meals. A clutch of onions is sold as though it were treasure. Even if you could pay, sellers eye you with suspicion, seeing in your gaunt face and lingering scars the memory of plague. They would rather let food spoil than press it into your hand, fearing contamination, fearing you. Once, when you tried to barter, a merchant spat and told you to take your hunger elsewhere. You walked away burning with shame, the emptiness in your gut matched by emptiness in your heart. You forage instead, learning lessons of desperation. Nettles boiled to soften their sting, bark stripped from trees, ground, and mixed with water into something chewable though hardly edible. Wild berries, always eaten with doubt, for some nourish and some kill. One mistake left you bent over for hours, retching so hard you thought your insides might split. Still, you return again and again, because what choice is there? Better a chance of poison than certainty of starvation. Memory itself becomes torture. You remember the weight of bread warm from the oven, the way butter melted into its crust. You remember stews rich with carrots and meat, pies filled with spiced apples. Such images rise unbidden, stabbing more cruelly than hunger's pangs. Your body groans for food it cannot have, and dreams are no refuge. Night after night you feast only in sleep, and wake with jaws aching from chewing air. Sometimes desperation drives you lower still. You once trailed a dog carrying a bone, hoping it would drop its prize. Another time you stole unripe apples from an orchard, cramming them into your mouth while bitter juice burned your throat. The owner's men caught and beat you, leaving bruises across your back, but you clung to what you had taken. Those apples, sour as they were, carried you through 3 days. Hunger erases pride, reducing you to little more than instinct. Rumours spread of supply wagons guarded by soldiers, laden with flour and salted meats for noble households. When such carts roll through the streets, survivors like you stare with hollow eyes. You saw a girl once leap toward one, screaming for bread. The soldiers struck her down and rode on without pause. That sight remains in your mind. Her thin hand stretched toward the wagon, fingers grasping nothing but air. Hunger leaves no room for mercy in those who hold food, only cruelty born of abundance. Work exists, but wages mean little. No one pays with coin. Coin cannot be eaten. Payment comes as scraps, a heel of bread for clearing rubble, a thin broth for digging graves, a promise of grain at harvest for planting seeds now. You accept gladly, for even crumbs are life. Hunger transforms labour into ritual, and each swallow afterward feels like sacred reward. Yet no matter how much you work, no matter how much you swallow, the hollowness never entirely leaves. Hunger also weakens body and mind. Wounds linger unhealed. Teeth loosen. Skin splits at lips and fingers. Each cough feels like a prelude to sickness's return, for without food, your body cannot resist. Fear grows. What if plague comes again, and this time you are too weak to fight? But then you wonder, which is crueler, the swift fire of disease or the slow erosion of starvation? Others whisper darker tales, of boiling leather to chew, of gnawing bones long stripped, of cannibalism in the worst nights of famine. You tell yourself you would never stoop so low, but hunger whispers back, asking how long your line of refusal would hold. Each night the ache deepens and the whisper grows more convincing. The thought shames you, but shame does not silence need. And yet hunger teaches endurance. Every root pulled, Every bitter leaf boiled, every scrap scavenged becomes proof you are still alive. Hunger strips illusions, showing that to live requires less than you once thought. A cracked bone to suck marrow, a crust softened in water, a handful of berries. These meagre things sustain you enough to rise again tomorrow. Hunger is torment, but it is also testimony. When you walk the streets, you see hunger mirrored in every survivor. Children with swollen bellies, women clutching infants who cry with no milk to drink, men staggering with hollow faces. Hunger does not choose, yet it punishes the poor most fiercely. The wealthy lock their stores behind guarded gates, while the rest of you scavenge in ditches. You know that you and thousands like you are kept alive by sheer stubbornness, by refusal to yield even as the belly gnaws itself. Each dawn begins the same. You wake weak, you search, you scrape together enough to last until night. Hunger follows every step, relentless, patient, unending. It is enemy, tormentor, shadow, but also the sign you endure. For the dead hunger no longer. You, gaunt and scarred, still ache, still fight, still survive. And in that ache, in that survival, lies the smallest spark of hope that one day the fields will be full again, and hunger will finally release its grip. The road becomes your home when the village can no longer feed you. Hunger drives you onward, but so does shame. Staying means depending on neighbours already as desperate as you, and each request for aid sharpens their resentment. Eyes that once pitied you now harden, for they too must choose between feeding their children or sparing you a crust. And so, you leave. You tie a ragged cloth about your shoulders, grip a walking stick and step out onto the beggar's road. The path is lined with echoes of the plague. Houses stand abandoned, doors swinging loose in the wind, roofs caved by neglect. Churches, once ringing with hymns, remain shuttered, bells silent. The land seems half asleep, as though life itself hesitates to return. You pass fields where crops sprout untended, weeds overtaking furrows. Here and there you see figures bent in scavenging, hollow-eyed, moving slowly like shades rather than living folk. They do not greet you. On the road, every traveller guards what little they carry, for hunger has made strangers into rivals. You discover quickly that begging is both art and humiliation. You must choose carefully whom to ask, lest you earn only curses or blows. At times you kneel at crossroads, hands open, whispering alms for the poor. Most walk past without glance. Some mutter prayers and drop nothing. A few toss you crusts as though feeding a dog. Each gesture carries a sting, yet you accept because pride does not fill a stomach. You learn to watch faces. The weary widow who softens at your gauntness, the soldier who will strike if you approach too close, the merchant who sneers at your rags. To beg is to gamble dignity against survival. At night you lie beneath hedges or in barns if luck allows. Cold bites harder now that the sickness thinned bodies so cruelly. Your bones ache against hard ground, and every rustle in the dark wakes you with fear. Dogs snarl at your presence, and farmers chase you from haystacks with staffs. Sleep itself becomes a gift, not a certainty. Hunger gnaws, but fear of discovery gnaws too, and the road feels less like freedom than exile. Yet even in misery you find others like yourself. Beggars gather as rivers gather streams, and soon you walk among a ragged fellowship. Some are children, orphaned by plague. Others are widows, their households collapsed. A few are old men who once had land but lost kin enough that no one remained to till it. You share little except emptiness, but that little binds you. Together you scavenge, warn one another of unfriendly towns and huddle for warmth. The road forges its own community, built not on comfort but on mutual need. Still, cruelty waits. Villages greet your band with suspicion, seeing in every beggar a thief, in every hollow belly a threat. Guards chase you with stones. Priests preach that plague was God's scourge, and your continued suffering proof of sin. Once, in a market square, men seized one of your fellows, accusing him of stealing bread. He swore innocence, but they beat him until he could no longer rise. You carried him to the roadside, where he died before dawn. Such is the beggar's road. Punishment for crimes imagined, mercy withheld even from the blameless. Yet not all hearts are stone. A handful of times kindness meets you where you least expect. A farmer's wife slips you a heel of rye bread when her husband turns away. A monk offers thin broth and whispers that Christ walked hungry too. A child, seeing you collapse by a wall, presses an apple into your hand. These moments are rare, fleeting as candle flames in storm, but they keep you walking. Without them, despair might swallow you whole. The hardest trial of the road is invisibility. To beg is not only to hunger, but to vanish in the eyes of those who pass. People avert their gaze, fearing that to see you is to become you. You feel yourself dissolving, becoming less than human. Words falter when you speak, as though language itself withers in an empty mouth. Days blur, each step another mile of being ignored, another lesson in how quickly society discards its weakest. Survival feels like defiance, proof you still exist even if others refuse to notice. One day you encounter a noble's retinue. Horses gleam, cloaks shimmer, servants carry baskets overflowing with provisions. You kneel by the roadside, whispering for mercy. The noble woman does not even glance. Her eyes fix far ahead, beyond you. Dust from hooves fills your mouth, bitter as ash. That moment crystallizes the truth. Plague has divided the world more cruelly than before. The rich ride gilded through ruin, and the poor crawl begging in their shadows. Despite all, the road teaches resilience. You learn to read clouds for rain, to sniff wind for cooking smoke, to listen for bells that might call to charity. You pace your strength, saving steps for when it matters, conserving breath for pleading. You discover that survival is not a single act, but 1,000 tiny calculations. When to beg, when to hide, when to move on. Each choice keeps you alive one more day. But survival does not erase longing. You yearn for home, for walls not made of hedgerow, for meals that do not depend on another's whim. You yearn for belonging, for someone to look upon you not as nuisance but as kin. These desires stab sharper than hunger. They remind you that though the road has claimed you, you're still human, still craving more than mere existence. As weeks stretch into months, the beggar's road reshapes you. Muscles grow wiry from walking, eyes sharper from scanning for danger and food. Yet inside, weariness settles like lead. Each dawn feels heavier, each step more forced. You wonder how long you can wander before road and hunger consume what remains of you. Still, you walk, because to stop is to surrender, and surrender is death. Thus the beggar's road is both punishment and lesson. It strips pride, crushes certainty, and lays bare the indifference of the world. But it also proves endurance, shows how stubbornly the body clings to life, how desperately the spirit refuses to yield. You walk on, scarred but unbroken, a shadow among shadows, and as long as your feet carry you forward, hope, faint though it is, walks with you still. The road leads you to a monastery perched on a hill, its walls pale against the dark line of trees. Word among beggars whispers that monks there still give alms, though sparingly, and so you climb with the others. Hunger spurs your legs when weariness would stop them. The bell tolls as you approach, a deep sound rolling across the valley like the voice of God. You stagger through the gate with the rest, hollow-eyed, ragged, trembling with expectation. The courtyard fills with those who came before you, men, women, children, each marked by plague's aftermath, missing kin, wasting bodies, coughs that never ceased. You see sores on arms, scars where buboes had once swelled, faces thin to bone. They wait in silence, broken only by a few moans and the shuffling of bare feet. You join the crowd, blending into this assembly of suffering. At last monks emerge carrying kettles of thin broth, loaves broken into pieces and earthen cups of water. They move with solemn patience as though each gesture is prayer. Their eyes reveal weariness too, for the plague did not spare monasteries, yet they persist, tending both bodies and souls. When at last a ladle of broth and a chunk of bread are placed in your hands, you nearly weep. The smell alone feels like salvation. You sip slowly, savouring warmth that spreads through your hollow chest. Each mouthful seems to restore not just strength but dignity. But charity is rationed. When the pot's empty, dozens remain unfed. Their wails echo across the courtyard. Monks bow their heads, apologizing, promising tomorrow. Tomorrow, always tomorrow. Hunger cannot wait for tomorrow, yet what choice is there? The crowd disperses, some limping away, some collapsing to sleep against walls, hoping to be first in line at dawn. You lie among them, clutching the memory of warmth in your belly. For tonight, it is enough. Days at the monastery follow this rhythm. Arrive early, wait long, receive little. Yet little is more than nothing, and so you return again and again. Over time you notice divisions even among beggars. The strong edge closer to the front, the weak fade to the back. Mothers plead for children, and sometimes their cries move the monks to give more. Others bribe with scraps of coin or promises of labour. Even in charity, hierarchy remains, echoing the world outside the walls. You find work occasionally, hauling wood, cleaning pens, mending paths. Payment is food, never coin, but food sustains, and you accept gladly. Labour reminds you of a life before plague, when effort brought reward, when the body's aches meant survival rather than desperation. Among the monks you glimpse fragments of normality, faint as embers, but always, when labour ends, you are ushered back beyond the gates, return to the road, for beggars cannot linger long. Whispers spread of towns where charity is harsher. In some, authorities brand beggars as vermin, driving them out with whips. In others, stocks and ropes wait for thieves, whether guilty or merely hungry. By comparison, the monastery feels merciful, though mercy here is thin, stretched over too many mouths. The monks themselves seem haunted, muttering prayers at midnight, burning incense to ward disease. You realize that even givers of alms tremble in plague's shadow. Not all charity flows from piety. In markets you see almsgiving as spectacle, merchants tossing coins before crowds, proclaiming their generosity while guards stand ready to strike those who scramble too fiercely. Bread is sometimes distributed not from compassion but to prevent riots. To the wealthy, charity becomes shield for conscience, proof they are righteous even as they feast behind walls. You, crouched in dust, understand that such gifts are less kindness than insurance. Still, even forced charity fills a belly. You learn to swallow pride, to accept bread no matter the motive. Pride is a luxury you cannot afford. Survival demands humility so deep it carves the soul. You bow, thank, shuffle on, carrying crusts like treasure. Each scrap means another day, another step, another breath. Yet charity has limits beyond hunger. It does not restore family lost, nor land abandoned, nor futures stolen. It cannot erase the way people look through you as though you are ghost. Food soothes the body, but not the spirit. You begin to sense that survival alone is not living. Without belonging, without purpose, existence phrase. You cling to the monk's words about endurance, about trials that refine faith. Perhaps suffering has meaning, though it is hard to see when your ribs ache and your feet bleed. Winter sharpens cruelty. Broth cools too quickly, bread hardens to stone, and fewer alms are given as supplies dwindle. Many beggars vanish, some taken by cold, others by hunger, others perhaps wandering farther south in hope of gentler climes. You feel the season in your bones, each gust a knife, each night a test. Fires are rare, for wood costs coin, and smoke invites thieves. You curl tight beneath rags, whispering prayers not to wake frozen. Charity becomes rarer, for even the charitable must survive first. Amid hardship you notice shifts in yourself. Where once you trembled at rejection, now you accept it with numb calm. Where once you prayed for abundance, now you pray only for enough. Hunger teaches patience, despair teaches endurance. You are shaped by want as a river shapes stone, slowly, relentlessly, until you scarcely remember what shape you held before. One evening, as snow falls, a monk presses not only bread into your palm, but also a wooden cross. Carry it, he says, when hunger grows loud. You do. The wood is rough, splintering in places, but its weight steadies you. Perhaps faith is no meal, but it fills a hollow place deeper than the stomach. In darkness, clutching the cross, you remember you're still human, not beast. Charity may begin with bread, but its true gift is reminding you that your life still matters. Thus the shadow of charity stretches across your days, sometimes light, sometimes darkness, never enough yet never wholly absent. It is threadbare grace, fragile but real, keeping you alive in a world still staggering from plague. And as long as you receive even a crust, you promise yourself you will keep walking, keep enduring, keep waiting for dawn beyond the shadow. Winter deepens until every breath feels like inhaling glass. The land itself seems frozen in mourning, bare trees clawing at a colourless sky, fields crusted with ice where no seed can grow. Roads vanish beneath snowdrifts, and even the strongest beggars falter. You walk among them, a phantom wrapped in rags, ribs sharp as blades beneath your skin. Each step is measured, not against distance, but against endurance. How far can you press on before your legs surrender? In the early weeks of winter, some still cling to hope. Families huddle in abandoned cottages, lighting meagre fires, rationing crumbs. But firewood disappears faster than bread, and when roofs collapse under snow or chimneys choke with smoke, survivors flee back to the road. By mid-season, roads are lined with husks of homes, empty shells echoing with silence. You pass through them, searching for scraps, but rats have beaten you to most. Their tracks stitch across the floors like mocking signatures. Hunger grows fangs. The broth once ladled at monasteries thins until it is little more than warm water. The bread smaller, crusts like stone. Monks apologize, eyes hollow, but apologies do not quiet the gnawing within. Many beggars turn desperate, You see fights break out over stale crusts, fists pounding until blood stains the snow. Others raid barns, dragging away turnips gnawed raw, pursued by farmers with pitchforks. Some vanish altogether, and rumours swirl, whispers of cannibalism, of travellers vanishing not by frost alone. You do not ask too closely. You know hunger makes beasts of men. One night you collapse beside a ruined chapel, wind keening through broken stained glass. Around you lie others, some groaning, some already silent. You huddle close, sharing breath, clinging to warmth like lovers though you are strangers. Frost bites at fingers and toes, creeping slowly inward. Sleep tempts you with its soft promise, but you fear it. For those who close their eyes too long often do not open them again. You force yourself awake by recalling memories of summers past. Sunlit fields, the smell of bread from ovens, the laughter of voices now lost. Memory becomes your fire, and though faint, it keeps you breathing. The dead multiply along roadsides, bodies stiffened into grotesque statues, mouths frozen in mid-cry. No one buries them. The ground is too hard. They remain where they fall, mute markers of despair. Crows gather, black against white, their wings flapping like ragged banners. Some beggars strip corpses of clothing, a final act of survival. You too are tempted. When your own rags no longer shield from wind, you kneel beside a man whose face is hidden beneath frost. With trembling hands you tug his cloak free. It reeks faintly, but warmth is warmth, and shame is a memory the cold erases. Charity shrivels in such times. Town gates close tighter, guarded by men who fear not only plague but famine-driven mobs. They throw scraps beyond walls like farmers feeding dogs, then retreat quickly. Beggars scramble, clawing at one another for crumbs. Dignity shatters beneath survival's weight. You find yourself snarling once, teeth bared, at a boy who tries to snatch a crust from your hand. The sound startles you. An animal sound, not human. Yet hunger forgives nothing. You eat first, then weep later. Amid this, you sometimes glimpse small kindnesses. A woman breaks her bread in half, though her ribs show more sharply than yours. A monk trudges through snow with a sack of onions, delivering them house to house until he collapses. Once, a farmer's daughter presses an apple into your hand, eyes shining with pity, before her father yanks her away. Such moments blaze like candles in endless dark, brief but bright enough to remind you the world is not entirely lost. Still, winter tests faith. The cross you carry grows heavier, not in wood but in meaning. Each prayer feels swallowed by snow. You wonder if God still listens, or if the heavens too lie frozen. Yet when despair presses hardest, you clutch the cross until splinters bite your palm. Perhaps faith is not about hearing answers, but about holding fast when silence reigns. You learn tricks of survival. Snow itself becomes water when melted in cupped hands. Grass beneath drifts can be chewed, bitter but filling. You gather pine needles, boiling them into sharp tea that clears the chest. Rats, though vile, provide meat when trapped. Though their taste lingers foul, nothing is wasted, nothing is refused. Hunger is teacher, and you are obedient pupil. As weeks crawl onward, you see fewer companions on the road. Some starve, others freeze, others vanish seeking warmer lands. Loneliness cuts sharper than frost. Without voices beside you, your own thoughts echo like ghosts. You speak aloud just to hear sound, reminding yourself you still exist. At times you wonder if death already claimed you, if this wandering is punishment in purgatory. But the ache of hunger and the sting of wind remind you are still among the living, however fragile that life may be. Toward the turning of the season, signs appear faintly. Snow melts sooner under midday sun. Birds return in hesitant flocks. Monks smile faintly as supplies stretch a little further. Hope, brittle and reluctant, stirs. You too feel a spark. Perhaps spring will come after all. Perhaps bones that littered the roads will rest beneath grass once more. Yet winter leaves scars. You notice how your hands tremble even when warm, how your breath rasps even in calm. Friends you clung to are gone, their faces etched forever in your memory. Hunger hollowed not only bodies but souls, carving emptiness that no feast may ever fill. You survived, but survival feels less like triumph than like haunting. When at last thaw begins, mud swallowing snow, you stand on a hill and gaze across land stripped bare. Villages lie silent, fields untended, roads scarred by passage of desperate feet. The plague's shadow lingers still, but famine carved its own darkness. You clutch the cross, close your eyes, and whisper not thanks but plea, that the coming spring may hold more than mere endurance, that life might yet return where death had made its throne. Winter ends, but the memory of bones remains. The plague had already taken so much, but the coming of winter felt like a second, colder executioner. The air itself hardened into knives, every breath slicing your chest as though lungs were glass. Snow piled high along abandoned lanes, burying landmarks, blurring paths, erasing the world into a colourless wasteland of white. You wrapped yourself in rags so thin they barely shielded you from the wind, but they were all you had. Hunger gnawed at your belly, a sharp reminder that survival was not only about avoiding the sickness anymore. It was about defying the cold and emptiness that stalked you with equal cruelty. In the early weeks of frost, you wandered past cottages where faint smoke still curled from chimneys. Families huddled inside, clinging to warmth with dwindling hope. But as weeks passed, the smoke vanished. Roofs collapsed beneath snow, doors swung open to silence, and inside you found nothing but cold ashes in hearths and frozen bodies under blankets. The land was becoming a grave, not only for the plague-stricken, but for anyone too poor or too weak to endure winter's siege. Monasteries, once a fragile thread of mercy, could no longer feed the flood of beggars. Broth thinned until it resembled cloudy water. Bread was sliced so narrow each piece crumbled before reaching your mouth. Monks whispered apologies with eyes so sunken they looked half dead themselves. Desperation grew teeth. On the road, you saw men fighting over mouldy crusts, beating one another bloody and snow-stained red. Others broke into barns, dragging away turnips and parsnips, chased by farmers wielding pitchforks. Rumours of darker deeds spread, whispers of flesh taken from the dead, or travellers vanishing in the night with no trace but gnawed bones. Hunger made animals of everyone, and though you recoiled at the thought, you understood too well how far despair could push a starving soul. Nights were the worst. You collapsed one evening beside a ruined chapel where coloured glass lay shattered across the floor. The wind howled through broken windows, making the walls sing like mourners. Dozens of others lay there too, some groaning softly, some already motionless. To survive the night, you pressed close to strangers, trading body heat like coin. In the morning, you found two stiffened corpses beside you, their eyes glazed white. Death had slept among you as another companion. It was then you realized sleep itself could kill. For those who close their eyes too long in winter's clutch often never open them again. You forced yourself to stay awake by remembering warmer days. The laughter of your village, the taste of bread still steaming, the touch of sunlight on your skin. memory became your only fire. The roads turned into corridors of death. Frozen corpses lay in ditches, arms outstretched, mouths open in eternal screams. No one buried them. The earth was iron. Instead they remained, grotesque statues that warned what waited if you faltered. Crows perched on them, black wings flapping against the pale horizon. Some beggars stripped the bodies for clothing. Shame stung the first time you did the same, tugging a cloak from a stiffened form, but cold erased hesitation. Warmth was survival, and survival excused sins. Town gates that once opened to beggars now closed with heavy iron. Guards hurled scraps over walls like slop to dogs, never letting you near. Men, women and children clawed for those scraps, dignity shredded under the weight of hunger. Once, when a boy snatched at the crust in your hand, you growled, an animal snarl torn from your throat. You devoured the bread before guilt could take root. Later, shame washed over you, but it was too late. Hunger forgives nothing, not even humanity. Yet amid savagery, small sparks of kindness flickered. You saw a woman break her only bread in half to feed a stranger. You watched a weary monk drag a sack of onions through the snow, giving them out door by door until he collapsed from exhaustion. A farmer's daughter once pressed an apple into your palm with a shy smile before her father yanked her away. These acts were fleeting, fragile as candlelight, but they glowed against the surrounding darkness. They reminded you that kindness, though battered, had not been extinguished entirely. Faith, however, bent under winter's weight. You clutched your wooden cross, but prayers seemed swallowed by the snow. You wondered if heaven itself lay frozen, indifferent to the misery below. When despair threatened to consume you, you pressed the cross until splinters dug into your skin, drawing blood. Perhaps faith was not about hearing an answer, but about holding fast when silence was all you had. You learned strange lessons of survival. Snow melted in your hands became water. Pine needles boiled into sharp, sour tea eased the ache in your chest. Grass pulled from beneath the drifts could be chewed, bitter but filling. You caught rats with crude traps, roasting them until the meat shrank into tough scraps. Nothing was wasted, not even the foulest morsel. Hunger was a merciless teacher, and you obeyed. The road grew emptier as winter dragged on. Companions you once shared fire with vanished. Some froze, some starved, others staggered south and never returned. Loneliness struck harder than frost. Without voices beside you, your own thoughts grew heavy, echoing in your skull. At times you spoke aloud simply to hear sound, to remind yourself you were alive. Sometimes you wondered if perhaps you'd already died, wandering in purgatory, doomed to hunger forever. But the sting of cold and ache of belly proved otherwise. You were alive, though life itself felt like punishment. At last, faint signs of change appeared. Snow began to soften under midday sun. Birds returned, hesitant but real. Monks smiled faintly. Their stores stretched a little further. Hope stirred, fragile and uncertain, but hope nonetheless. You too felt a spark. Perhaps spring would come. Perhaps fields would grow again. Perhaps death would release its grip. And yet, you knew winter had left marks deeper than frostbite. Your hands trembled even in warmth. Your chest wheezed when you breathed. You had survived, but survival carried scars. Physical, yes, but also invisible. You could never forget the faces of those who died beside you, or the moment when hunger stripped you of humanity. Those memories clung to you, whispering that though the snow would melt, some parts of you would remain frozen forever. When thaw finally began, Mud swallowing snow, you climbed a hill and looked down at a scarred world. Villages lay broken, fields lay empty, roads scattered with bones. The plague had broken bodies, but winter had broken spirits. You tightened your grip on the wooden cross and whispered, "Not thanks, but plea. Plea for spring to bring more than mere survival. Plea for life to bloom again where only death had ruled." Winter ended, but the bones it left behind told their own story, a story carved into the land and into your soul. The world did not return with a sudden flourish, as you once imagined, but with a slow, almost reluctant awakening. Snow melted into mud, trickling down into rivulets that carved the roads into filthy streams. Trees, stripped and skeletal, stood like mourners against a grey sky, yet here and there tiny shoots of green pierced the slush, fragile declarations that life had not been entirely smothered. You stood on unsteady legs, staring at the tender blades of grass as though they were miracles. After months of gnawing hunger and frozen nights, even the faintest sign of spring felt like proof the world had not abandoned you. But spring did not immediately erase suffering. The thaw released more than new growth. It revealed the horrors winter had buried. Beneath the melting drifts lay the bodies of the unburied, frozen stiff for months. Now they softened, collapsing into grotesque shapes, skin stretched tight across bone. The air grew heavy with rot, sickly sweet, clinging to your clothes and hair until you gagged. Dogs slunk through fields, dragging limbs in their jaws. Crows cawed from rooftops, gorging themselves on flesh. The thaw was not a rebirth, it was an unveiling of the hidden cost. Villages re-emerged, but they looked nothing like homes. Roofs sagged under the weight of melted snow, some collapsing entirely. Gardens, once tilled with care, lay barren. Doors creaked open to rooms stripped bare, hearths cold. The few survivors stumbled outside like shadows of themselves, faces hollow, eyes darting with suspicion. No one trusted anyone anymore. Every neighbour might be a thief, every stranger a threat. The plague had killed many, but mistrust had poisoned those left behind. You drifted from place to place, scavenging where you could. Abandoned barns yielded dried beans if you dug deep enough beneath broken floorboards. Once you unearthed a jar of honey, thick and golden, untouched by rot. You devoured it with trembling hands, tears streaking your face as sweetness exploded across your tongue. The taste of life after months of ash and bitterness nearly undid you. For a moment you felt human again, as though the world had not forgotten entirely how to give, yet sweetness brought guilt. Behind every morsel you found was the memory of others who had died without such fortune. When you ate, you remembered the children in the chapel who froze in your arms, the gaunt faces that faded beside you on the road. Their ghosts seemed to watch each mouthful, silent reminders that survival was not innocence. You carried the burden of their absence like a second hunger, one that no food could ease. Markets reopened slowly, though they were more pitiful gatherings than bustling trade. Tables once laden with fruits and cloth now offered little more than shriveled turnips, stale rye, or scraps of salted fish. Coins had lost their certainty. Some traders demanded payment in tools, firewood, even labour. You offered your back where your purse failed, hauling sacks of grain or mending fences in exchange for crumbs. Each task bent your body lower, but kept you tethered to life. Faith, too, attempted to return with spring. Bells tolled again from church towers, though their sound was hollow against the silence of ruined streets. Priests emerged gaunt and trembling, leading processions through mud-stained lanes. They carried relics, raised prayers, sprinkled holy water over corpses newly exposed by the thaw. Some spoke of hope, insisting the pestilence had passed and God's mercy was returning. Yet you saw doubt in their eyes, the flicker of men who had buried too many to truly believe their own words. Still, you clung to ritual. You knelt among the others, whispered prayers, traced the sign of the cross. Even if heaven remained silent, the act itself was a rhythm, a thread binding you to something beyond despair. Faith was no longer about certainty. It was about refusing to let the silence of God be the last voice you heard. As weeks passed, new dangers surfaced. With snow gone, the ground turned to sucking mud that swallowed wagons whole. Wells overflowed with filth, and those desperate enough to drink fell ill with fevers that mimicked plague. You saw mothers scoop water with shaking hands, whispering prayers that sickness would not return. Fear clung to every cough, every shadow under the skin. Though people whispered that the worst had passed, no one truly trusted it. The plague had become a ghost in the mind, always waiting, always threatening to return. Travellers began to reappear on the roads. Thin caravans creaked by, carrying survivors from distant towns. Some sought family, others sought work, others simply wandered because home no longer existed. You watched them pass, eyes hollow like your own, and felt both kinship and dread. More people meant more hands, more trade, more hope, but also more hunger, more theft, more chance of the pestilence creeping back with them. Survival had turned humanity into a delicate balance between needing one another and fearing one another. In one village you found temporary refuge. A farmer with pity in his eyes let you sleep in his barn, the straw scratching but warm. He asked only that you help mend fences and guard sheep at night. You agreed, though exhaustion weighed on you. For the first time in months you lay beneath a roof, listening not to the wind's howl but to the quiet breathing of animals around you. Safety, however meagre, felt like a gift too fragile to last. At night, memories of winter returned in dreams. You saw snow burying bodies, heard the cough of plague victims in the dark. Sometimes you woke clawing at your chest, certain your lungs were filling with blood. Other times you woke with the taste of rat or grass still on your tongue. The thaw could not melt the frost in your mind. Survival was not freedom. It was merely postponement. Still, small joys crept in with the season. One evening, while guarding sheep, you watched a sunset blaze red and gold across the horizon. The colours seared your eyes, too vivid after months of grey. For a moment you forgot hunger and fear. For a moment you were simply alive, breathing air not poisoned by rot, seeing beauty not smothered by death. It was fleeting, but it was enough. You realised then that survival would not come all at once, like a door opening. It would come in fragments, a blade of grass, a taste of honey, a roof of straw, a burst of colour across the sky. These moments stitched together into something resembling hope. Not certainty, not safety, but a fragile thread you could grasp. And so, as spring deepened, you resolved not merely to endure but to notice, to see each green shoot, each act of kindness, each spark of life, no matter how small. The plague had taught you that everything could vanish without warning. The thaw reminded you that even after ruin, something could still return. Survival was not triumph. It was not victory over plague or winter. It was standing, scarred and trembling, among ruins and still choosing to move forward. The thaw had begun, and though the ground was littered with bones, you walked on it nonetheless. When the first true warmth of spring arrived, It carried with it an unspoken command. Idleness was no longer possible. For months, survival had meant scavenging, scraping, and enduring. Now, with snow gone and fields visible again, people turned their hollow eyes to the land. The soil, though scarred by frost and famine, demanded attention. Fields unploughed meant hunger stretching into another year. Work was no longer an option. It was the price of continued existence. You felt this pressure as keenly as the others. Though your body was still frail, ribs sharp beneath thin skin, the farmer who had given you shelter pressed a crude hoe into your hands. "The earth feeds no one who sleeps," he muttered, and you knew he was right. Your arms trembled with each swing, muscles long unused to such labour, but you forced them to obey. Every stroke into the soil was a plea for survival, a bargain struck with the land. Toil now, or starve later. The fields themselves bore witness to the plague's cruelty. Once, dozens of hands would have worked side by side, laughing, cursing, singing. Now only a few scattered figures bent to the earth, their silence broken only by the scrape of tools. Rows that should have stretched endlessly were patched and uneven, tilled by too few. The absences were everywhere. Empty homes on the hill, abandoned tools rusting in the grass, spaces in the furrows where once neighbours would have stood. Every mound of earth turned by your hoe seemed to echo with the labour of the dead. Work was not just hardship, it was also humiliation. For the poor who survived, there was no bargaining anymore. With so many peasants gone, landowners and merchants suddenly realised the value of every remaining body. Yet instead of easing burdens, many tightened their grip. Some offered wages so meagre they were barely worth the sweat, knowing desperation would force acceptance. Others demanded servitude outright, threatening starvation for refusal. The balance of power had shifted, but not toward the poor. You felt this when travelling to a neighbouring village in search of bread. A steward met you in the square, proclaiming that any able-bodied survivor must pledge service to his lord. His words rang like shackles. The land suffers, and so must you. Work, and you may eat. Refuse, and you may rot. The crowd murmured, some nodding, others too weak to argue. When you tried to ask for fair coin instead of service, his sneer burned hotter than the sun. "Coin?" he spat. "The dead have no use for coin, nor do you. Reluctantly you laboured under these terms. You hauled stones from ruined walls, repaired fences gnawed by winter, and dug trenches to drain the sodden fields. Each task bent your back until it screamed. Blisters erupted on your palms, splitting open and bleeding, yet still you worked. Bread, when it came, was coarse and hard, but it was food. Work became a leash, painful, degrading, but tethering you to life. Still, small cracks of defiance flickered among the poor. Whispers spread that some villages, with fewer mouths to feed and more land to spare, offered better wages. A handful of labourers slipped away under night's cover, hoping for kinder masters. Tales reached you of workers who demanded coin, and shockingly sometimes received it. The plague had thinned the ranks of the living so much that even the poor began to hold quiet power, though wielding it meant great risk. If caught deserting or defying, punishment was swift and merciless. Beatings, shackles, or worse. The choice was brutal: endure injustice here, or gamble on survival elsewhere. Among the tasks, one struck deepest into your soul, digging graves anew. Though the worst of the pestilence seemed to have passed, death still clung stubbornly to the world. Some succumbed to fever from foul water, others to hunger that gnawed past the thaw. Each grave you dug was shallower than the last. your strength too weak to grant the dead proper rest, and each spadeful of earth reminded you that your own place in the ground remained uncertain. Survival felt conditional, temporary, a loan that might yet be revoked. As labour consumed you, so did memory. While bending over fields, your mind drifted back to winter, the frozen chapel, the hollow eyes of those who wasted beside you. At times you swore you heard their voices in the wind, urging you onward or condemning you for surviving when they had not. The hoe in your hands became both weapon and burden. It broke the earth for food, yet chained you to the endless cycle of toil that had defined your life long before plague. Nothing had truly changed. Poverty still bound you, only now with fewer companions to share the weight. And yet, there were moments when work offered something more than hunger's postponement. One evening, as you straightened your aching back, you saw children chasing each other at the field's edge. Their laughter was thin but real, a sound nearly lost to memory. For the first time, you allowed yourself to imagine a world not entirely devoured by pestilence. Perhaps with enough hands and enough seasons, villages might rise again, laughter might return to the rows, and fields might once more yield plenty. Work, then, was not just survival. It was the fragile act of stitching a torn world back together. But the price was steep. Every day of labour left your body weaker, not stronger. Scarcity gnawed at recovery. You realised that to live as the poor meant giving every ounce of strength to soil and master, receiving little in return. It was not a path toward freedom, but a cycle of exhaustion, broken only by hunger or death. The plague had not created this truth. It had only sharpened it to a blade. As summer crept nearer, your hands hardened into callous, your back curved, your breath shortened with effort. Yet you kept moving, because stillness meant hunger, and hunger, as you knew too well, meant death. The price of returning to work was not only sweat and pain, but the surrender of self to necessity. You were no longer simply a survivor of plague. You were again a labourer, bound to soil, bound to toil, bound to the mercy of those who claimed ownership over both earth and flesh. And though your heart still ached with memories of loss, one truth became clear. Survival had not freed you. It had only returned you to the same chains, rusted but unbroken, binding you to the endless price of being poor in a world scarred by plague. Even as the body strained and ached under the weight of endless toil, the true battlefield lay hidden beneath the surface. Survival had come at a cost, not only in flesh, but in spirit. Though your hands healed into hardened callus and your back grew accustomed to bending, something deeper inside refused to mend. The plague had passed from your veins, yet it lingered in your mind like smoke that clings long after the fire is gone. Each night when you collapsed onto the straw, exhaustion failed to silence memory. Faces returned to you in the dark, neighbours who coughed their last in the cold, children whose wails had quieted into silence, kin who never rose from their fevered mats. Their eyes watched you even now, accusing or pleading, and you found yourself whispering apologies into the night air. You had survived, but survival was not the same as peace. Among the poor, such hauntings were common. Around cooking fires and work sites, whispers slipped into conversation, men waking in sweat from dreams of rotting corpses, women who swore they still heard their dead infants crying. These stories were never spoken in daylight, for fear that others might call them cursed, but you knew them to be true. The plague had carved wounds not visible to the eye, yet no less deep than those on the flesh. The village walked, laboured, and ate. but it did so while carrying invisible gravestones inside. There were days when you felt as if the plague still clung to your very skin. A cough from another worker made you flinch. A shadow on your arm made you fear a returning bubo. Though reason told you the sickness had ebbed, your body recoiled like prey that had once been caught. Fear was no longer a passing feeling. It was a constant companion, stitched into the fabric of your being. Hunger gnawed from one side, memory from the other, and in between you stumbled forward, never certain if you were living or simply refusing to die. The scars showed themselves in strange ways. You noticed how laughter, once easy even among the poor, now carried a brittle edge, like pottery about to crack. Jests that would have eased long work now fell flat, crushed under the weight of all that had been lost. When music drifted from a distant tavern, the sound felt alien, even obscene. How could song still exist when the world had been so thoroughly drowned in mourning? You turned away from such sounds, unable to reconcile them with the graveyard etched inside your heart. Children fared no better. Some, too young to remember life before plague, played among ruins as if desolation were natural. Others who had witnessed the dying grew quiet and old before their time. A boy in your village no longer spoke at all, his eyes wide and unblinking as though words had been buried with his parents. Watching him, you recognized the same silence growing in yourself. The plague had stolen not only lives but also voices, laughter, and innocence. Faith, once a comfort, faltered as well. The chapel's bell rang faintly again, though fewer came to kneel. Some clung harder than ever, whispering prayers at every breath, while others turned away in bitterness. You found yourself caught between. Kneeling on the stone floor, you begged for answers, for reason, for meaning behind the suffering. Yet silence always answered. Was survival a blessing or a curse? Were you spared by divine will or merely overlooked? The questions gnawed at you as much as hunger. Still, amidst despair, the scars also forged strange resilience. Where once you might have broken beneath grief, now you endured by habit. The heart hardened like the hands, shaping itself to bear what once seemed unbearable. Each morning, though ghosts crowded your thoughts, you rose. Each night, though sorrow weighed heavy, you still drew breath. Survival became less an act of will and more an instinct, like a candle guttering but never extinguishing. Yet instinct alone could not shield you from the moments when memory overwhelmed. Walking one day past the abandoned cottage of a family you'd once known, you paused before the door. The windows gaped open, shutters hanging loose, as though the house itself had died. For a moment you swore you heard their voices again, the father's call, the children's laughter. But when you stepped inside, only dust greeted you. Your knees buckled beneath the weight of emptiness. You staggered back out, gasping as if the air itself had turned against you. The world, you realized, was a graveyard without headstones, and you were condemned to wander it. Among survivors, talk began to circulate of madness, those who could not bear the weight of memory. One woman walked into the river and never returned. A man was found muttering to corpses in a field, convinced they were only sleeping. Fear of plague had been replaced by fear of one's own mind. You felt the edge of that abyss more than once, staring too long into the past, wondering if it might swallow you whole. And yet, somewhere in the cracks of your brokenness, a fragile seed stirred. Perhaps it was the sight of a child smiling again, or the stubborn greening of fields despite all the death that had soaked them. Perhaps it was the way the sun rose regardless, painting the sky as though nothing had changed. Whatever its cause, you began to sense that the scars, though permanent, might not be only wounds. They might also be reminders of fragility, of endurance, of the narrow line between life and death. The scars within were not something you could erase. They would mark you until your own final day, shaping every step and every thought. But slowly you began to accept them. Just as fields bore stones and weeds yet still grew crops, so too could a heart bear sorrow and still beat. Healing did not mean forgetting, nor did survival mean wholeness. It meant learning to walk forward with shadows beside you, acknowledging them without letting them rule you. As the season lengthened into high summer, the weight inside your chest did not vanish, but you carried it more steadily. The plague had taken much, too much, but it had not taken your will to endure, and in that endurance lay a truth deeper than scars. The poor could not afford the luxury of surrender. To live was to labour, to hunger, to mourn, and still to rise again. And though your soul bore the marks of horror, you found yourself whispering into the night, not only apologies, but also vows, that you would remember, that you would endure, and that even amid ruin you would continue. The scars within remained, invisible yet undeniable, but they did not silence you. They became part of you, woven into the fabric of survival. And as you looked upon the faces of those who still walked beside you, you realized that every survivor bore the same unseen marks. Together, silently, you carried them, not as chains alone, but as proof that the poor, though broken, still endured in a world forever scarred by plague. The scars within were not the only burden. Even as survivors tried to stitch together lives from the tatters left by plague, another ancient enemy returned, one as relentless as pestilence, though slower in its cruelty. Famine crept in silence, spreading not through coughs or contact, but through absence. Absence of hands to till, absence of grain in granaries, absence of animals in the fields. Where death had emptied houses, hunger now emptied stomachs. You felt its return first in the thinness of the porridge served at dawn. What once carried lumps of barley or rye was now little more than cloudy water, flavoured by a hint of husk. By midsummer, the stores that should have lasted weeks were already scraped clean. Rats scurried bold in daylight, knowing the bins were bare. Each day became a question not of what to eat, but whether anything could be found at all. The plague had stolen workers, and famine punished the rest. Fields lay unploughed because no one remained strong enough to drag the plough. Orchards bore fruit, but with too few to gather them, much rotted where it fell. Grain prices, controlled by merchants who saw opportunity in misery, rose beyond reach. What little bread could be bought was coarse, stretched with weeds, bark, or ground acorns. To chew it was to taste bitterness. To swallow it was to feel stones settling in the belly. Among the poor, ingenuity fought despair. Nettles and dandelion leaves became meals. Snails, frogs, and even rats found their way into pots. Children were sent into forests to scavenge mushrooms or wild berries, though many returned with nothing but scratched arms. When even these failed, people boiled leather scraps or chewed on shoe soles, hoping to trick their bodies into silence. But hunger was never fooled. It gnawed at night, twisting dreams into visions of feasts that dissolved upon waking. You remembered the plague as swift, a storm that swept through in weeks. Hunger, by contrast, was a slow tightening of the noose. The body weakened gradually, first in tremors of the hands, then in the slackening of muscles, until walking itself became labour. friends who had survived disease now withered before your eyes, their cheeks hollowing, their ribs pressing sharp against skin. Death returned not with fevers but with emptiness. The wealthy, of course, fared differently. Lords and merchants whose storehouses had been guarded even during the plague now dined behind high walls. Smoke from their kitchens curled into the sky, carrying the smell of roasted meat and fresh bread. For those outside the gates, the scent was torture. You caught yourself once standing near such a wall, breathing in the aroma as if it might fill your belly. Instead, it only deepened the ache. Riots sparked in market squares. Desperate men and women overturned stalls, seizing whatever crumbs remained. Guards cut them down without mercy. Better to die quickly, one rioter shouted before being struck, than to starve slowly. The words lodged in your mind, echoing each time you felt your stomach twist. Famine did not only take food, it stripped away restraint, turning neighbour against neighbour, and drove the poor to violence born not of cruelty, but of desperation. Even the church could not shield the poor from hunger. The alms once given grew smaller with each passing week. Priests urged patience, claiming famine was a test of faith, yet you noticed their tables were less empty than those of the congregation. Some whispered that even the holy men had become hoarders, and though few dared say it aloud, suspicion flickered in many eyes. Trust, already weakened by plague, now frayed to threads. For you, each day became a negotiation between survival and conscience. When a neighbour's child cried in hunger, you felt torn between offering your own crust and keeping it for yourself. Charity was a luxury only the well-fed could afford. Yet to hoard was to risk becoming the kind of person you once despised. Hunger reduced morality to a grim calculus. Who should eat? Who should endure? Who should perish? In the fields, bodies again began to appear, not struck down by plague this time, but by starvation. A woman collapsed while gathering nettles. Her child sat beside her, too weak even to cry. The sight hollowed you in ways no sickness had. Disease was impersonal, a strike of fate. Famine felt like betrayal, a cruelty drawn out by human greed and negligence. Stories spread of darker measures. In villages farther north it was said the starving had turned on the dead, cutting flesh from corpses. Some dismissed these as rumours meant to frighten, but you knew hunger could drive the mind beyond imagining. Once, as you gnawed on bark, you wondered whether, if pushed far enough, you too might cross that final threshold. The thought shamed you, but it lingered like a shadow at the edge of vision. Yet even in famine, fragments of resilience appeared. Communal pots were formed where families combined scraps to make broth enough for all. Women gathered together to share knowledge of edible herbs and roots. Children, though weak, scavenged in groups, their laughter faint but still present. In these small acts, survival revealed itself not just as endurance of the body, but as stubbornness of the spirit. As autumn neared, hope dimmed. Normally harvest promised relief, but with too few hands to reap, the yield fell short. Worse, rumours spread that merchants were exporting grain to richer towns, leaving the poor to rot. Anger simmered, and though you felt your body weakening, your mind burned with fury. Why must the poor always carry the heaviest burden? Why must survival be bought with suffering while others feasted on your hunger? One night, as you lay in the dark, the ache in your belly so fierce it felt like knives, you realized famine was not merely the absence of food. It was a mirror, showing the cruelty of the world more clearly than any sermon or law. The plague had been an enemy without thought, striking blindly. Famine, however, revealed the stark truth of human inequality. Those with walls, with coin, with stored grain lived, those without suffered. The return of famine taught you something the plague never had, that death was not always sudden or indiscriminate. Sometimes it was patient, choosing victims based not on fate but on station. The poor, already broken, were now sifted once more, the weakest slipping away into graves dug shallow. You wondered if endurance itself was a curse, forcing you to witness the endless cycle of misery. And yet, even as your body weakened, you clung to one truth. You had survived pestilence, and you could endure famine too. Whether by scrap, by shared pot, or by sheer stubborn refusal, you would not yet surrender. The poor had little else, but they possessed the fiercest weapon of all, persistence. And though famine howled louder each day, you resolved, through cracked lips and empty belly, to rise again tomorrow. The plague had stripped flesh, the famine had hollowed bone, but something else now withered, a loss less visible, yet just as lethal. Where once the poor had relied on one another, sharing scraps of bread, pooling herbs for broth, or taking turns to watch over the sick, that fragile thread of community frayed beneath hunger's relentless pull. When survival demanded every crumb, trust became a luxury few could afford. You noticed it first in the silences. The lanes where neighbours once muttered greetings grew still, footsteps quickening as if words themselves might cost too much energy. Doors that once opened easily now stayed barred, voices hushed behind wood. Even the smallest requests, a pinch of salt, a coal from the fire, were met with suspicion. Eyes narrowed, measuring whether generosity today might mean starvation tomorrow. There was no great quarrel, no single moment when the bond shattered. Instead it unravelled strand by strand. A child caught stealing a crust was beaten not by strangers, but by the very neighbours who had once watched him grow. Old friends turned their faces away when begged for aid. You yourself hesitated when a woman clutched your arm, asking for just a spoonful of broth. In that hesitation, you recognised what hunger had done. It had not only emptied bellies, but hollowed hearts. The church bells still rang, calling people together for Mass, but attendance dwindled. For many, the walk itself was too exhausting. For others, faith had soured into bitterness. "If God watches," a man muttered one morning, "he watches us starve." Yet even those who still attended prayed less for salvation and more for bread. The hymns rose faint, the voices cracked. Where once the church had been a refuge of unity, now it was an echoing chamber of despair. Markets became battlegrounds of suspicion. Merchants weighed loaves with exaggerated slowness, their eyes flicking over customers as if calculating whether a coin was true or counterfeit. Buyers accused sellers of cheating, sellers accused buyers of theft. Fights erupted, knives flashing over something as small as a sack of flour. Each argument etched deeper scars into the fragile trust that had bound people through plague. You recalled the early days of pestilence, when neighbours had gathered to bury the dead together, when mourners shared grief because grief was all they had. Now even funerals thinned. Graves were dug quickly, often by family alone, for no one else wished to spend strength on mourning another's loss. Death, which had once been a shared burden, became private, a hollow silence marked by hastily piled soil. The children suffered most from this collapse. They no longer played in groups, chasing each other through alleys or splashing in puddles. Instead, they lingered close to their own doors, clutching whatever crust their parents managed to provide. You overheard one whisper, "Don't show them you have food, or they'll take it." Childhood, once marked by curiosity and laughter, had been replaced by secrecy and fear. Suspicion crept even into families. Brothers argued over dividing grain. Daughters accused mothers of favoritism when rations were split unevenly. Husbands and wives grew cold, their conversations reduced to calculations of what remained. The bonds meant to be strongest strained under hunger's grip. Love itself bent towards survival. One night, a commotion roused you from your cot. In the lane, neighbours shouted, their words sharp as knives. A man had stolen from the communal pot left simmering over coals. He claimed his children were starving. Others demanded punishment. Fists flew, and though no one was killed, the trust that had held the lane together dissolved in that moment. From then on, no pot was shared again. Each family guarded its meagre scraps, watching others with eyes that held more suspicion than compassion. You felt the change within yourself too. Once you had found comfort in company, in hearing others' stories, even in shared misery. Now gatherings made you uneasy. You wondered whether each smile masked calculation, whether each kind word hid envy. Hunger taught you to measure not only food but also intentions. You mourned this transformation, but you could not deny it. Survival demanded vigilance, and yet, somewhere deep within, you sensed the danger of such division. Alone, no one could withstand the endless assaults of pestilence, famine, and despair. Alone, each person was fragile as a stalk of wheat in the wind. But together, there had been strength, however fleeting. The waning of community meant more than the loss of companionship. It meant the weakening of the very shield that had once helped the poor endure. Some few resisted the tide. An old woman down the lane still placed a crust on her windowsill each morning for whoever might pass. A young boy, though gaunt, shared his scavenged berries with a sick neighbour. These acts, small and quiet, shone like lanterns in the dark. But lanterns could not warm an entire city. They flickered bravely, yet against the storm of hunger and suspicion, their light seemed fragile. As winter's edge approached, you feared what lay ahead. Hunger would worsen, suspicion would deepen, and the bonds already frayed might snap entirely. You wondered whether, when the famine passed, anything of the old community would remain. Would neighbours ever again greet each other with open doors? Would children ever again laugh in groups? Or had something been lost forever, carved away not by disease or hunger, but by mistrust? That night, lying in the cold, you thought of the word neighbour. Once it had meant more than proximity. It had meant kinship, shared struggle, mutual care. Now it meant little more than someone who might covet your crust. You closed your eyes, aching not only from hunger but from grief, for the slow death of community, a death as final as any grave. The plague had thinned the body, the famine had weakened the flesh, but the waning of bonds hollowed the spirit, and spirit once broken was the hardest of all to heal. When famine stretched on and trust withered, fear turned sharper, and violence slipped into daily life like a shadow that could no longer be ignored. Hunger made people reckless, suspicion made them cruel, and the thin veil of civility that had barely held during the plague finally tore. Where once the poor clung to each other for survival, now they turned upon one another, desperate, angry, and often blind to reason. It began with small quarrels, loud arguments in the lanes about bread that seemed lighter than promised, or about accusations of hoarded grain. At first, fists settled such disputes, bruises swelling but bones left intact. Yet as days passed and bellies shrank, weapons found their way into desperate hands. Knives, tools, even broken wood from shutters, all became instruments of survival. You no longer pass through the market without glancing at men's sleeves, wondering if steel hid there, waiting. You recall one morning when a scream pierced the silence. A woman clutched at her apron, blood seeping between her fingers. She had tried to snatch a loaf from a cart. The baker, gaunt himself, had struck her with his blade. No one moved to help her, not even you. Everyone froze, caught between pity and fear. The woman stumbled away, and the baker returned to guarding his bread, his face carved into hardness. In that moment, you realized hunger had made every hand dangerous. The poor, once bound together by shared suffering, began to splinter into factions. Some grouped into gangs roaming alleys, seizing food by force from weaker households. They were not villains by nature, but hunger left little space for morality. They justified their thefts by claiming their families needed more, that others had hidden stores. Yet those robbed were no less hungry, no less desperate. The cycle bred resentment, which in turn bred retaliation. Soon, every theft sparked revenge and the lanes became hunting grounds. You felt the pressure yourself. Once your own small sack of barley was nearly torn from you by two boys not older than 14. Their eyes, once wide with youth, now glimmered with the hard edge of survival. You fought them off, though weak with hunger, and when they fled you stood trembling, not from exertion but from the knowledge that children had learned to strike like wolves. Night brought no peace. Laughter once rang through alleys at dusk, but now the dark carried shouts, crashes, the clatter of overturned pots, the thud of fists against doors. Families barricaded themselves within, whispering prayers that thieves might pass them by. You slept lightly, clutching a stick for defence, every creak of timber waking you with a start. Fear hollowed sleep as hunger hollowed the body. The church tried to speak against the rising violence. Priests preached of charity, of mercy, of the sin of turning blade against neighbour. Yet their words rang hollow. How could charity be commanded when cupboards were bare? How could mercy be demanded when children cried with empty stomachs? Even the priests themselves grew gaunt, their sermons weaker, their authority eroding as people turned from heaven to their own desperate instincts. Worse still were the whispers of scapegoats. Whenever suffering sharpened, the poor looked for someone to blame. Accusations flew against healers, foreigners, even widows thought to harbour secret food. One night, a healer was dragged into the street, beaten with sticks for failing to cure hunger with her herbs. Her cries echoed long after, and though she survived, she never returned to tend the sick. The violence that had once been rare now festered like an open wound. You wrestled with your conscience daily. To strike meant survival, yet each act of violence corroded the fragile humanity that separated man from beast. When you fought for your barley, you felt the rush of triumph, but also shame. Was this the person you had become? Was survival worth the erosion of kindness, of compassion, of the very bonds that made life more than mere existence? These questions gnawed at you as surely as hunger gnawed at your belly. Still, you could not ignore reality. The lanes grew meaner. Once thieves might have stolen and fled. Now they lingered, daring others to oppose them. The weak suffered most. The elderly, the sick, the children of widows. They became easy prey for those strong enough to seize. Each act of cruelty chipped away at what little community remained, until the poor lived not together but against one another. You witnessed one such cruelty on a bitter evening. A frail old man carried a bundle of twigs for his hearth. Two younger men, hardened by hunger, stopped him. They demanded his bundle. When he refused, they struck him down, snatched the sticks, and left him bleeding in the dirt. You bent to help him, but his eyes, clouded, broken, looked through you, as if even compassion had become meaningless. That image haunted you long after. Some tried to resist the spread of violence, forming small watches to guard their lanes. But even these groups faltered, for when hunger gnawed deeply enough, loyalty splintered. One night, a watchman was caught stealing from the very homes he was sworn to protect. Trust once broken could not be mended. From then on, the lanes trusted no one, not even those who claimed to defend them. And so, violence became the language of survival. Each strike, each theft, each cry in the night marked the descent of the poor into a harsher world. Yet beneath the cruelty, you sensed a deeper tragedy. These were not evil people, but broken ones, bent by suffering beyond measure. The plague had weakened them, famine had driven them to the edge, and now desperation had stripped away the last veil of restraint. One night, lying awake, you realized what frightened you most was not the hunger, nor the sickness, nor even the violence itself. It was the thought that this might be the new order, that even if famine ended, the wounds of mistrust and cruelty might never heal. That the poor, once bound by solidarity, might forever see one another as threats rather than companions. The shadows of violence stretched long, and you wondered whether dawn would ever drive them away. After so many nights drowned in fear and hunger, you wondered whether life had any promise left. Violence had become routine. Famine still haunted the streets, and every cough raised old memories of the plague. Yet amid the shadows you began to notice faint flickers of hope, small, fragile signs that survival, though cruelly difficult, was still possible. It began with the earth itself. The seasons turned despite suffering, and the soil, long left uncultivated when death swept through, started to stir again. In abandoned plots outside the town, green shoots pierced the hardened ground. Those who had the strength to plant found their efforts rewarded, though meagerly at first. You too gathered courage one morning, venturing to a patch of earth near the ruined walls. With hands blistered and back bent, you sowed the last of your barley. The work felt endless, yet it awakened something buried, a sense of control over fate, however small. Not all seeds took root. Some rotted in the soil, others withered in drought, but the sight of even a few green stalks lifted spirits. Neighbours who had once eyed each other with suspicion began to share tools, buckets, or advice. Hunger still lingered, but a shared task softened hardened hearts, reminding you that survival was not only an individual fight. Trade too stirred faintly back to life. Merchants who had once fled or shut their stalls now began to reappear. Their carts creaked into the square with sacks of flour, salted fish, and rough cloth. Prices remained cruel, but their very presence suggested that commerce had not died forever. You recall standing in the square watching one merchant lay out apples bruised yet still sweet. A woman bought one for her child, and when the boy bit into it, juice running down his chin, you heard laughter. Thin, trembling, but genuine. For a heartbeat you remembered the world before. Even the church, weakened though it was, offered glimmers of renewal. Bells rang again, calling people to gather. The sermons, though still heavy with warnings of sin and judgment, now carried whispers of comfort. Priests spoke of endurance, of God's testing, of heaven's light waiting beyond suffering. Many rolled their eyes, but some clung to those words as if they were bread for the soul. You too felt a spark when hymns echoed through the rafters, voices lifting together in something beyond fear. There were also moments of unexpected kindness. One evening, after returning from the fields with little to show but dirt under your nails, a neighbour pressed a crust of bread into your hand. "For your work," she said softly, though you knew she could hardly spare it. Another time, you found yourself sharing a small fish with two orphans who followed you with hollow eyes. Their gratitude, spoken with trembling voices, warmed you more than the food itself. Such moments were rare, but each one proved that cruelty had not entirely consumed the poor. Still, hope remained delicate, like glass balanced on the edge of a table. Violence had not vanished. Thieves still prowled and quarrels still broke into fights. Hunger had not disappeared. Many nights you lay awake with an empty stomach gnawing at your ribs. Disease, too, still lurked. Though the Great Plague had passed, fevers and coughs still claimed lives. Everyday survival was a question without certainty. Yet hope, however fragile, changed you. Instead of merely enduring, you began to plan. You rationed your barley more carefully, saved seeds for the next season, and thought of repairing your crumbling roof before winter came. These acts, small as they seemed, marked a shift. You were no longer only reacting to suffering, but shaping what future you could. You were not alone in this. Others too began to think beyond the next meal. Some repaired tools abandoned during the plague. Others cleared ruined houses, patching walls and sweeping floors. Children, once left wandering in misery, began to play again in the lanes, their games simple yet filled with laughter. The sound startled you at first, as if joy no longer belonged in this world, but gradually you welcomed it. Children's voices were proof that life pressed forward, yet survival brought new questions. What did it mean to endure while so many had perished? Was it luck, will, or some divine plan that allowed you to see another season? These thoughts troubled you as much as they comforted. You carried the weight of memory, the faces of those lost, the screams of the sick, the betrayal of neighbours turned to violence. Survival was not only a gift but a burden, for it demanded that you live with ghosts. Still, you sensed that if the poor were to have any future, it must be built not only on memory but on renewal. Perhaps the famine would ease, the soil would yield more, and trade would strengthen. Perhaps trust, so broken, could slowly mend through shared labour and kindness. Yet none of this was guaranteed. Hope was not a promise. It was a fragile thread stretched thin across a chasm of despair. To walk it required balance, courage, and the will to rise each morning despite fear. One evening, as the sun sank behind the crumbled rooftops, you stood outside your dwelling and looked across the town. Smoke rose from hearths, thin but steady. People moved through the lanes with weariness, yes, but also with purpose. The air carried not only the stench of decay, but the faint smell of baking bread. You realized then that life had not ended with the plague or the famine. It had been wounded, scarred, nearly destroyed, but it continued. And within that continuation lay possibility. Not certainty, not safety, but possibility. That fragile hope, though easily broken, was enough to keep you rising with the dawn, enough to push the soil beneath your nails, enough to share a crust with a starving child. Survival was not glorious. It was not victory. It was fragile, imperfect, filled with scars. But it was life. And in the end, that was something worth clinging to. Even as the seasons turned and faint shoots of renewal appeared, memory refused to loosen its grip on you. Survival had given you another chance at life, but memory came with a cost, like an old wound that never fully healed. You could not walk the narrow lanes without recalling who had once lived in the empty houses. You could not sit at the hearth without seeing the faces of those who never returned. To live was to remember, and memory, though precious, was also a weight that threatened to break your back. At times, it struck without warning. You might be gathering water from the well when you noticed a cracked jug leaning against the stone. It belonged once to a neighbour's family, now long dead. Suddenly, the sound of their laughter filled your ears, sharp as if it had only been yesterday. You carried water back, but with each step you felt heavier, as if those ghosts pressed down on your shoulders. The poor who remained lived among ruins, not just of stone, but of memory. At night, memory was crueler still. You lay on your pallet staring into the dark when visions rose like smoke. The stench of rot, the wails of the dying, the scratching of rats, all returned in waves. You remembered the hollow faces of children who begged for bread you did not have. You remembered turning your back on a stranger who pleaded for water, fearing infection. Most haunting of all, you remembered friends and family whose hands you once held, now reduced to dust. These were not fading images, but living presences, crowding the silence until sleep became a battleground. Others bore their memories differently. Some spoke endlessly of the dead, repeating names and stories as if by keeping words alive they could resist forgetting. Others avoided memory altogether, burying themselves in labour, drink, or silence. You noticed how many refused to pass certain streets, for the memories there were too sharp. A ruined home could feel like an open grave. A patch of earth could bring tears. You realised then that memory was not only personal, it shaped the poor as a whole, binding survivors to their grief and guilt. The cost of memory showed itself in quarrels too. When tempers flared, old accusations resurfaced. "You refused us bread," shouted one. "You locked your doors when we begged for help," cried another. Survival had required hard choices, but memory kept those choices alive like festering wounds. Every argument carried the weight of betrayal. To live among the poor was to live among witnesses who remembered every moment of weakness or cruelty. You yourself were not free from such charges. More than once, eyes followed you with unspoken blame. You wondered if others recalled the times you turned away from the sick, or the days when you kept a crust of bread to yourself. Memory made you judge and prisoner at once. The question whispered in your mind, had survival cost you your humanity? Yet memory was not only pain. Sometimes it carried warmth, though even this sweetness cut deep. A tune hummed by a passing girl might remind you of evenings long before the plague, when families gathered to sing. The smell of roasting meat, rare though it was, carried you back to feast days when hunger was forgotten. These memories stirred longing, but they also lit faint candles in the darkness, proof that life had once held joy and might again. Still, you wondered whether remembering too much might prevent you from moving forward. Was it possible to rebuild while clinging to the dead? Could crops grow in fields haunted by famine? Could laughter return to streets still echoing with screams? To forget felt like betrayal, yet to remember endlessly felt like drowning. Survival, it seemed, demanded balance, to honour memory without letting it devour the future. The church offered its counsel. Priests urged the poor to see suffering as divine punishment, memory as a lesson. God strikes to remind, they preached. Repent, and you may find peace. Some accepted this, believing that remembering the plague was necessary to avoid angering heaven again. Others rejected it, seeing only cruelty in such claims. For you, the word stirred unease. Was memory truly a gift from God, or simply the scar of human fragility. One winter evening you joined a small gathering of survivors who lit candles for the dead. Each flame represented a name, a face, a life lost. As the dim light flickered, you realized that memory, though heavy, also bound you together. To share remembrance was to admit that none had suffered alone. The cost remained, but so did the bond. Without memory, perhaps you would be freer, but also emptier, cut adrift from the very people who once shaped your life. As seasons passed, you saw how memory shaped the choices of the poor. Parents told children tales of hunger, warning them never to waste food. Farmers guarded seed as if it were gold, recalling the famine's cruelty. Even silence carried memory. When old wounds were too deep to speak aloud, they lived in glances, gestures, and the cautious way people measured one another. The plague might have ended, but its memory lingered in every act of caution, every unspoken fear. And so you understood. The price of memory was not only sorrow but vigilance. The poor could not afford to forget, for forgetting meant repeating disaster. Yet neither could they afford to be consumed by it, lest despair choke the fragile shoots of survival. The path forward lay in carrying memory carefully, as one carries a burning coal, dangerous if held too tightly, yet a source of warmth if tended with care. For you, the struggle continued daily. You rose each morning with ghosts at your side. You tilled the soil with hands that trembled from memory. You ate bread that tasted of absence. And yet, you also shared laughter at times, brief and fragile, that reminded you memory was not all sorrow. To live meant to carry the past, but also to carve space for what might still come. The price of memory was high, but to pay it was the condition of survival. You carried the dead within you, not to chain yourself, but to remember what life cost and why it mattered. In the end, perhaps memory itself was what separated survival from mere existence. Without it, you might live like an animal, seeking only food and shelter. With it, you lived as a human being, scarred, guilty, grieving, but alive and aware of what survival meant. And so, though memory often bent your shoulders, you bore it still. The faces of the lost accompanied you through every season, whispering warnings, offering comfort, demanding witness. Their presence was the shadow of survival. Without them, you might walk lighter. But without them, you would not truly understand the fragile hope that survival gave. Though years passed, the plague never truly ended. The sickness itself had retreated, but its shadow stretched far beyond the graves and ruins. You discovered, as did every survivor, that survival was not a single victory but a lifelong struggle. The poor who endured bore scars not only upon their bodies but upon their hearts, their memories, their very way of being in the world. To live after the plague was to walk forever in its long shadow. The streets that once overflowed with death were now busy again, though never as before. Markets reopened, voices returned, children once more played among the cobblestones. Yet always there were absences. Every street corner seemed to hold a gap. Every crowd seemed thinner than memory recalled. The sound of laughter, though welcome, often struck with an edge of strangeness, as if it should not exist in a place once filled with so much grief. You walked among the living, but you could not forget the dead who still haunted the spaces between. Even nature carried its shadow. Fields that had gone untended now bloomed again, yet weeds grew thick where once orderly rows of wheat had stood. Orchards bore fruit, but some trees had withered without care during the dark years. The land itself seemed altered, as if scarred by absence, carrying reminders of neglect. When harvest came, the bounty felt both a blessing and a warning. Abundance could vanish without notice, replaced in an instant by famine and loss. The poor treated food with reverence, never again careless with scraps. Community life, too, bore the plague's mark. Neighbours eyed one another with lingering suspicion, recalling betrayals made in desperation. Trust, once given freely, was now harder to grant. Yet paradoxically, bonds of loyalty also grew stronger in places where memory of shared survival bound people together. Those who had helped one another in the darkest days became almost family, while those who had turned away were marked, if not openly, then in silence. The long shadow of the plague meant every relationship carried the weight of the past. For you, survival had been a lonely path, but the years after taught you that loneliness itself was part of the shadow. Many of those you once loved were gone, leaving empty spaces at your table and silence in your nights. You found yourself both grateful and guilty. Grateful for survival, guilty for living when others had not. This guilt did not fade. It lingered, subtle but unrelenting, shaping how you moved through each day. Even joy was tempered, never pure, for joy always came hand in hand with the memory of who could not share it. The Church continued to preach that the plague was divine punishment, its shadow a reminder of human sin. Some believed, clinging to the idea that the suffering must hold meaning. Others rejected such explanations, arguing that cruelty alone had ruled those years. For you, the truth felt more complicated. The plague's shadow was not only divine or natural but human. It revealed the fragility of life, the cost of fear, the choices made under desperation. To live afterward meant carrying these truths, however uncomfortable. In time, you noticed how the younger children, those too small to remember the plague, began to grow up without its terror. To them, the world seemed whole again. They laughed freely, ran boldly, dreamed of futures unconstrained by memory. Their innocence was both painful and hopeful to witness. You envied them their unburdened steps, yet you also feared their forgetfulness. Would they repeat the mistakes of the past, never knowing how thin the line was between life and ruin? The shadow of the plague was longest for those who remembered, but perhaps memory itself was the one defence the poor had against repeating history. You found yourself telling stories to the young, describing days of hunger, fear, and survival. Sometimes they listened with wide eyes, horrified yet fascinated. Sometimes they laughed, not believing such darkness could be real. In these moments, you realized memory itself was becoming your duty. To carry the shadow forward was not only a burden, but also a gift, a warning, a lesson, a way of ensuring the dead were not lost to silence. By speaking, you gave meaning to what might otherwise have been only suffering. Still, the shadow darkened even moments of progress. When new buildings rose, you remembered the ruins they replaced. When couples married, you remembered the many who had died alone. When festivals returned, you remembered the years of silence when bells tolled only for funerals. The plague had carved its mark so deep that even celebration felt tinged with sorrow. Joy returned, but never again in innocence. The long shadow taught you that every blessing was fragile, every peace temporary. And yet, in that fragility you also found strength. The poor, hardened by loss, became cautious but resilient. You yourself grew more careful, more deliberate, more aware of how quickly life could change. The shadow did not paralyze you. It reminded you. It told you to savor every crust of bread, every moment of laughter, every sunrise that rose without the stench of death. Survival had taught you pain, but also appreciation. The plague's long shadow, while heavy, also sharpened the light. In the end, you came to accept that the shadow would never leave. It was not something to escape, but something to live with. It walked beside you as you aged, a silent companion reminding you of what had been lost and what had been endured. To live in its presence was to be constantly aware of the cost of survival and the value of life itself. The poor, though scarred, had carried themselves forward, and you, though haunted, had done the same. The plague had tried to erase you. It had hollowed your world, broken your trust, and filled your nights with terror. But it had not destroyed you. The long shadow remained, but within that shadow you found the strength to keep walking, step after fragile step. You carried memory not as a chain, but as a torch, guiding you through the years ahead. The shadow would stretch until your final breath, but in its darkness you had learned the truth. Survival was not only about outlasting death, but about carrying forward the story of what it meant to live. And so you walked on beneath the long shadow of the plague, scarred, yes, haunted, yes, but alive, carrying within you both the sorrow of the dead and the fragile, flickering hope of the living. That was your fate, and the fate of all who endured. To live forever in the long shadow, and to find meaning in the light that still, against all odds, managed to shine. The journey of becoming a plague corpse collector, enduring infection, and surviving against impossible odds revealed not only the brutality of the Black Death, but also the fate of the poor who carried its heaviest burden. From the first days, when corpses lined the streets and the air was thick with rot, you were forced into a role no one envied, handling the dead when others recoiled in terror. Hunger, fear, and the ever-present risk of infection defined your every step. To the poor, life was already fragile. With plague, it became a thread nearly impossible to hold. Survival was never simple. You faced betrayal, loneliness, and the agony of watching loved ones die. Infection nearly claimed you, and even recovery brought no true relief. Instead, survival was followed by poverty deeper than before, suspicion from neighbours, and the unshakable stigma of plague's touch. The rich fled or secured safety. The poor endured, left to bury bodies and rebuild ruins. For you, life after survival was marked by exhaustion, grief, and a constant struggle for food and shelter. Yet the shadow of the plague also revealed resilience. The poor who survived carried memory forward, transforming suffering into warning and strength. Though scarred, you found ways to endure, sharing stories with children, honouring the dead through remembrance, and treating every scrap of bread as sacred. Trust was fractured, but new bonds emerged, forged in survival. In the end, you lived not free of plague, but beneath its long shadow. Every joy carried sorrow, every step echoed loss. Still, life persisted. The fate of the poor, though filled with pain, was not only despair, it was also survival, memory, and the stubborn endurance to walk forward when the world had nearly been erased.